right, good morning, everybody. Oh, let me get that set up. Welcome, day 5, opening statements. Finally, today is the day. Oh my gosh, I can't believe we are finally here. I hope everybody is having a great morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're at. Give me a second. I got a little ahead of myself. Got to set up the chat here. I'm going to be trying to put updates at the top so far, so if you want to know the latest, it's at the top. Let's see. Where am I at? Live chat. Here we go. Let's see if that works. There we go. All right. Okay, so we're going to do something different. Plan to go for a few hours. Suppose I'm not sure when the lunch break is, but I'm assuming that's when they'll be talking about opening statements on both sides. I think JLR said something like that they had done the opening statements. I don't know for both sides, but we'll find out here maybe shortly. I believe the local news said that they were going to do something at noon their time, which is in 2 minutes. So we'll see what happens. But so far, the jurors are not going to be going to the crime scene, which makes sense because, obviously right now it doesn't look like it would 7 years ago. And for those that have been watching this show, and if we get time, we'll look at it and show the difference because, it's so much different in February compared to other times of the year. They did confiscate some of the journalist cameras. They took some memory cards. I guess they were near the entrance where the jurors were coming in, and I don't know if they were trying to film the jurors or not, but looks like she took four people are banned now, so that's not good. And then I guess probably the biggest one right now is they ruled, Judge Gold ruled on these sketches. She ruled them out, which, I mean, makes sense. They're not photographs, and we know that, the accuracy of them is like 1 in 10. So, but I know that's going to be a hit for the defense. But welcome, everybody. I'm going to say hi. Let's see. Okay, it's noon real quick. Let me just see if there's anything going live real quick here. And then I'll show what it's like inside the courtroom, what it was like this morning. Let's see here. So that's the latest one. Oh, man. Judge Gold, no nonsense. I'm just trying to read this. I'm going to read this. He described placing one camera on his hip and another one on the ground. Despite his precautions, officers confiscated his equipment. This is from a photographer, Alex Martin. Added that he was positioned in an approved area. He also noted that 4 or 5 other photographers had their cameras seized as well. So maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just the cameras that are confiscated, but it sounds like in the other article it said that they're banned from the trial now. But we'll see what happens. Oh, man. Yeah, right. As Doug Carter said, a sketch is not a photograph. I get it. Obviously that would be huge for the defense to use because there's, you got a 40-year-old, kind of sketch, and then you got a 20-year-old sketch. So there's a couple of them that are supposedly have live blogs going on. This one hasn't been updated since 9 o'clock. I do have. This is WTHR. You can actually even get their app, and they do updates whenever there's something going on. The latest update is obviously the camera's getting confiscated right now. I don't see anybody live yet. If anybody knows, sees anything, let me know in chat. But I'm just going to play a video of what it looked like this morning and what the courtroom looks like for anybody that hasn't seen it yet. So let me just play this. This is just kind of a collage of videos that I put together, just kind of showing everything. So let me set this up so everybody can see it. Looks like Anthony Greeno's there, along with, I forget her name. But there we have. She's changed her. I forget the YouTube channel name now. But I like her. She's nice. Anthony Greeno, a little bit of a wild card there, but man, they were there early, and I bet it was cold. There's a murder sheet. Let me go back. Good old murder sheet. And there's Tom Webster, right? I think that's Tom. We like Tom. I'm not sure about these other people. But I think that's Tom, right? Looks like Tom. Standing next to murder sheet. JLR is there? Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. We are in Delphi this morning. The day is here, a day that people have been waiting more than 7.5 years.
Is that right?
It's day one of the Delphi murders trial. Richard Allen will be back inside the Carroll County Courthouse later this morning at 9 o'clock.
Good to see you, Jennifer. Hope you're doing well.
Are expected to start. We have seen
Tracy.
dozens of people sleeping in downtown
Buddha, good to
Delphi
see you.
just to get a spot inside
Cynthia.
that courtroom. One of them
Welcome.
inside today, our Bob Siegel. So he'll have live updates for us throughout the day. We'll be back with you on 13
Angel
News
T,
at
good to
noon
see
this
you.
evening.
Libby, this is going to be a long, gut-wrenching trial. I know. There's the defense team. And then that's the family. So I guess not only is it going to be Kathy Allen and the mother, because that's, Richard Allen's mother. Looks like maybe his father and some other people there as well. I can't tell from this angle. It's just such a short little clip that was posted, so I can't tell who's who. I wonder if his daughter's going to be there. I think that's his father, if I recall. And maybe that's Kathy Allen there. And maybe that's the mother. Here's what it's like inside the courtroom. Not that big. I think they filmed this yesterday or the day before. I'm not sure. I think this was yesterday.
We're outside the Carroll County Courthouse right now where the trial for Richard Allen just got underway at 9 a.m. This morning there was a line that
Yeah.
from the front door
So true.
all the way here to where these barriers are behind
Hey
us.
Sherry, hope you're doing well. Good to see you.
Inside now. We'll have updates all morning long on air and on our web as well as we have a team inside the courthouse to bring you the latest updates.
Here's a better look at the courtroom here from. So we got the jury sitting there. Let me widen that out just a little bit. Judge Gold going to be there. Kind of interesting. They got a little table here that's kind of in front of the jury. Maybe they'll move that or something. Maybe that's just kind of temporary. Obviously, I believe this was yesterday, so maybe they moved this. But I don't know. Maybe prosecution, defense over here. Because there's another table, I believe, on this side. There's a wider view. We'll take a look at the actual picture. I can zoom in here. Another close-up witness stand, I think, is on this side. Juror box. Lori says, hey, Chris and Chad, hope everybody's having a lovely day. Justice for Abby and Libby. I believe her channel is Beyond Evidence. Thank you. Yeah, because she's changed it a couple of times. Yeah. And the Green Owl, he's not a good person. Yeah. I'm not gonna say much about, but yeah, I just call him a wild card because yeah, he's a little bit sadly unhinged, unfortunately. Oh, here's one more video of the defense from another. I think this is from JLR.
What's the strategy today? Winning. You think your client's going to get a fair trial?
We don't have any comment.
Got Bradley Rosie. So for anybody that doesn't know, during the jury selection, Baldwin apparently did really well. Really was interacting with the jurors, connecting with them, and this is according to the murder sheet. But they felt like Bradley Rosie was kind of the opposite, wasn't connecting a little bit, like if you did good cop, bad cop. So they probably feel like he'll probably do really good with people on, cross-examination and stuff. I think that's probably where his strengths are. But it sounds like Baldwin's more personable, connecting. So I'm assuming he'll probably do the opening statements, but that's just my guess. I'm sure we'll find it out. Of course, they have Jennifer Auger, which I forgot to look up her credentials. That's the first time I've heard of her. Hey, Cunningham, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. What is this 4 cameras were in there? There was 4 cameras that were confiscated, but I'm not... Let's see. What the latest is real quick. Oh, here we go. Okay. Opening statements. The prosecution began their opening statements by laying out their case, saying Richard Allen is bridge guy. They say he is the man Libby captured on her phone of the man on the bridge. Prosecution also stated Allen matches the description of the man on the Monon High Bridge minutes before the girls were abducted. And I just got an update, and that's probably from it. That he confessed to details only the killer would know. That's huge. And they talked about the bullet found at the crime scene. They said it matches Allen's gun. The defense opening statement focused on inconsistent witness descriptions. That'll be interesting. Their client's mental health and added bullet testing is inconclusive. They added the girls were likely abducted on Monday afternoon. Right? Whoa. They added the girls were likely abducted on Monday, driven away from the bridge, and killed somewhere else? Wow. Really, they're going with that. That sounds terrible. All right, here, let me zoom this in. I don't think that's a good play at all. Let me know what you think in the chat. I don't think that's... How are they going to prove that? The defense told the jurors they believe Abby and Libby's bodies were then placed near the bank of Deer Creek early Tuesday morning. So why you still have people out there searching, even though they called out the search, there's still people out there, and somehow they snuck the bodies back in there? Oh man, that sounds terrible. Allen's attorney said law enforcement cannot explain the hair found intertwined on Abby's hands that doesn't match Richard Allen, which we heard about. Still wondering if this is human hair, animal hair. The defense asked jurors to consider there is no DNA linking Allen to the murders. The judge ruled the suspect sketches will not be admissible in court, so the jurors will not be able to use those in considering Allen's guilt. Interesting. Wow, what do you guys think about that? I think that sounds dumb. That they were taken, driven away, killed somewhere else, and brought back Tuesday. That's shocking. I don't think that's a good play at all. Talking about grasping at straws, right. I mean, clearly that means you'd have to have multiple people doing that, which is going to go for their... I'm assuming they're still going with the Odin theory, maybe? I don't get... Is that... If you're going to do a ritual, where'd the ritual take place? Like, I don't know. Doesn't that kind of conflict with the ritual? I don't... that sounds stupid because, remember, there was... Well, obviously, the blood seeped into the soil. And that's been a big thing, is that they lost a lot of blood. Apparently Abby, which is weird because it seems like Libby had worse wounds, but it's like they mentioned Abby had lost a lot of blood. But yeah, doesn't that kind of sound weird and kind of conflicts with their ritual that they're doing? Cynthia says it does sound ridiculous. Yeah, I'm blown away with that. I did not expect that. I'm a little curious about the prosecution. It sounds like I was hoping for a little bit more. I'm a little disappointed on the prosecution side. I mean, I know obviously more will come, but I'm kind of hoping a little bit more. Opening statements. Okay, let's see here. Okay, all right. Oh, here we go. Oh, some more updates. All right, let's start at the bottom. That's going to be tough. Oh, they got a lot. Okay, here we go. All right, let me zoom in. Let me take a sip and I'll read this. Close ad. Okay. Okay, according to McLeland, Derek Jern, Libby's father, went to pick up the girls, but they were not there. You're going to see the crime scene. It's a gruesome scene. Libby was completely naked. Her throat was cut, blood all over. McLeland said Abby's throat was also cut. McLeland said Libby's phone was found under her body. Also found at the crime scene was an unspent bullet. Leland said that the jury will hear from 3 people who were there on the trail that day who saw a man walking on the trail with a purpose but not very friendly. Interesting. So they're not going to use all 4 juveniles. That's a little surprising as well. Leland, I'm just going to say Leland, said all 3 will testify that the man they saw was Bridge Guy. According to Leland, Alan testified that he was on the trail that day. Investigators also found a gun in his house, and testing showed a bullet found at a crime scene cycled through a gun. Leland said Alan also admitted he committed the crime to his wife and mother, giving those admissions freely, admissions that only the killer would know. Again, it'll be interesting to find out. That's going to be huge. Leland said for years Alan hid in plain sight, which Doug Carter said. Leland concluded his opening statement with this: the last face the girls saw before their throats were slit were Richard Allen's face. Oof. Okay. Also, Leland, on behalf of the state of Indiana, I should have started up here, but that's okay. Presented their opening statement, which took approximately 15 minutes. Leland said the case is about 3 things: Bridge Guy, unspent bullet found at the scene, and brutal murders, Libby and Abby. Then described what happened on the day of the murders. February 13th, they went to the Monon Bridge. Kelsey German, Libby's sister, gave the girls a ride. They were best friends, always together, really more like sisters. According to Leland, Libby posted a photo of Abby on Snapchat while they were crossing over the Monon High Bridge. After the girls crossed the bridge, McLeland said they saw a man behind them, so Libby started recording on her phone at 2:13. That's interesting. So I wonder, because I know we've talked about, was it a Snapchat video? Was it just a regular recording? So that'll be interesting to find out, because they use Snapchat when talking about the photo. But I think maybe that's an actual recording. Leland said the man pulled out a gun and ordered the girls down the hill. They complied, and then the video of the cell phone stops recording. Imagine the fear of having a gun pulled on you. Yeah, these poor girls. Okay, and then I read that part. All right, and then we'll read the defense here. I'm really curious. Oh man, the defense has got a lot. Okay, I'm curious about the defense. Again, I hope it's a fair trial, but as you guys know, I feel like there's enough. I feel like Richard Allen is the best fit. Cynthia says jury won't hear about the rituals that they come up with first. Yeah, I mean they'll bring them up, but obviously the juror won't be able to hear that. Chris Owen says, well, the trial isn't going to be filmed. Will the opening statements be able to read through? I think right now we're going to have to kind of go off the notes people write, and then at the end of the day, I know Murder Sheet's been really good because, you know, it's the two of them. And I feel like they've done a great job with the first 2 days with the jury selection. They not only were they writing down what people were saying, but they were also like writing down like how people were responding, how the attorneys were doing. So in my opinion, that's just me. If you want like a really good like account of what happened the day, obviously I think they put their podcast out either at night or the next day. I'm assuming, since I'm going to go on each day, I'm assuming we'll get a podcast tonight, but I'm just speculating. I'm not sure. Genova says it doesn't conflict with the ritual. They may have done evil things to them first in a shed or something, then brought them back and unalived them in the woods, positioning in the body. It's certainly possible, but they're saying they took them away somewhere, not just somewhere, nearby. Like it sounds like. Well, we're gonna read it. It sounds like there'll be more in this here. So let's see what the defense says, and then we'll get to chat. If you can, hit that like button. We'll just keep updating as things come through. Okay. 9:53, a defense opening statement. And yep, Baldwin. I figured Baldwin was going to be the one speaking with jurors because it sounds like he's more personable. So, starts out with Richard Allen is truly innocent. I'm sorry, and there is reasonable doubt. Baldwin said that the state's investigation was messed up from the beginning. Baldwin accused the state of losing interview after interviews we will never see. Yeah, they talked about the 3 months of interviews that were lost, but it was really, I think, like 3 or 4 interviews, even though they, of course, made it seem like they lost 3 months worth when it was really just a few. Baldwin said hair found in Abby's hand. Oh, here we go. Baldwin said hair found in Abby's hand had a root with DNA. So I'm assuming that's got to be a human hair, because usually if it's an animal, this is one thing I researched a long time ago, is animal hair, animals usually shed. The issue with animals is when the shedded hair doesn't actually have the root. So it doesn't you can't get DNA from that. And with human hair, if you don't have the root, you can still do like the mitochondrial DNA and the nuclear, the real scientific stuff. But when it comes to animal hair, the shedded hair, instead of like yanking a hair out of, a cat or a dog or whatever with a root. The shedded hair doesn't actually have the root, and it's not impossible, but they have to it's really hard. So anyway, so this is this, in my opinion, this sounds like it's a human hair. So very interesting. In 7 years, they never turned over the mother or sister's hair to be tested for DNA. Okay. That is interesting. Why? I wonder why they didn't do that. Because that would explain everything. Like if it was their mother's hair, their sister's hair, that is, yeah, we can see it, Jennifer. Okay, continuing on. Baldwin also attacked the cell phone evidence in the state's case. This is curious. Baldwin held up a phone and said, "Forensic data on these phones don't lie." I agree with that. Baldwin told jurors the prosecution case is going to fall apart before your very eyes when they see the phone data evidence. I'm sure they enhanced it, but yeah, I'm sure it's not going to be, obviously, you're not going to be able to like make out Richard Allen because she only filmed him for a few seconds and he's 50 feet away. But anyway, Baldwin also reiterated the prosecution's theory that Abby and Libby were dead by 4 p.m. on February 13, 2017, that their bodies were never moved until they were recovered and Libby's phone was under Abby's body the entire time. Okay, hold on. I'm going to write something down because I have a big, I think I have a huge issue with this. Okay, phone, bodies moved. All right. Okay, we're going to come back to this. I have an issue with this. Okay, Baldwin said the prosecution's timeline puts Allen in the CPS parking lot at 1:30. Yes, because there's a car, black Ford Focus. Remember, this is a town of, at the time, less than 3,000 people. I'm sure there's not many that have a black Ford Focus. Black is a pretty popular color. And I'm sure Ford Focus is, obviously a pretty popular brand. But remember, there's only less than 3,000 population at the time. So how many people in that town had a black Ford Focus? The prosecution says Allen abducted and killed the girls, left Libby's phone at the scene, and never returned. But the defense says Allen and the girls were never at the trail at the same time. They say Allen left by 1:30 that day. Well, we'll recap that. His car was gone by 2:15. Oh, okay. Oh, right. 2:15. Interesting. Okay, we'll come back to that. And if his car is gone, Richard is gone. Baldwin says witness Betsy Blair will testify that when she drove by the lot, she saw a car, but Baldwin says the vehicle looks nothing like Allen's. But remember, there's a witness before and after, between Betsy Blair, that they see a small, what looks like, one said PT Cruiser, and another one said like a smart car. Remember, they're in between. So after Betsy Blair had left, another witness came by and did not see the same car Betsy Blair saw. So you have three witnesses, two that match more or less, and then Betsy Blair in the middle. So I think this is just a car that parked there for temporarily. But again, Betsy Blair will be sounds like a bigger witness for the defense. There's reasonable doubt in this case, Baldwin said. Defense says the man in the video taken by Libby doesn't show his lips moving, so it's unclear he is the one who said down the hill. Well, that'll be interesting to see how much. God, man, I hope we get to see the video, because how much of him do we actually see? Because if we only see him for a few seconds, and she's like got the phone pointed to the ground, or by her side, or it's in the pocket, well, of course you're not going to see his lips moving. But that's interesting. The defense says there's no proof the girls were actually taken down the hill. Okay. They believe they may have been taken to a car on a nearby access road. So they're going to say that they were taken on the private driveway and that there was a car there, right? Is that what they're trying to say? There's not going to be strong evidence about what happened from that point in time. Baldwin said Libby's phone received a signal at 5:44 p.m. on February 13th. Then it was no longer connected until 4:33 a.m. on February 14th. Baldwin said evidence will show that someone else handled Libby's phone after the murders. Okay, my argument to that is iPhones have a thing where even if they die, they still have power in the circuits that so they can send like one final ping whenever that little bit of power ends up going away. Throughout the years, the time frame has gone much wider. I think it's like 24 hours. I don't know. It might be even more, but it's supposed to be a feature that they have in the iPhones. But anyway, so I think the phone just ended up kicking back on one last time at 4:33, and it got like messages and all this stuff. But anyway, they're saying somebody handled it. Again, they'll be able to use that. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. Richard Allen was at home, never came back. Okay. Defense believes the girls were killed somewhere else and their bodies were returned to the crime scene. They said that searchers saw no bodies or girls' clothing in the creek on the night of February 13th. I wonder if they were even in the creek. I mean, I highly doubt they were searching the actual creek at that time. Witnesses near the crime scene also reported hearing no screams. There was a lot of people there. Defense also worked to undermine the confessions Allen reportedly made while being held in prison. They're going to put up video after video after video, oh Lord, and audio after audio after audio of confessions of an innocent man. Woo. So that sounds like there is a lot of video and audio of Allen confessing. Again, if he's saying stuff that only the killer would know, how can you explain that? He went in there fragile to begin with. Baldwin said Allen told his family, maybe I just confessed to all this so you guys don't have to suffer. Defense also tried to discredit the prosecution's claim that the bullet found near the girl's body belonged to Allen. Baldwin said that law enforcement commonly used the type of bullet found at the crime scene, but police never investigated if an officer was missing a .40 cal bullet. He also said that the owner of the property where the girls were found owns a .40 cal weapon, but his gun was never tested to see if that matched the bullet found. I can't see them not testing his gun. Baldwin said an expert will testify that the markings were insignificant on the lab's test bullet to match Allen's gun to the bullet at the crime scene. He told the jury, you'll see with your own eyes that the markings on the bullets do not match. Baldwin also said that the state's timeline doesn't match when Richard Allen was on the trails. I disagree, highly disagree. He called out two witnesses who described seeing a man who looks nothing like Allen in the area. Baldwin says that if the timeline and witnesses' accounts don't match the state's, then the case is blown apart. Baldwin told the jury none of Richard Allen's DNA was found at the scene, and no other forensic evidence placed him there likely. Defense went on to say it was highly unlikely one person could commit the crime. Baldwin said even the state and local law enforcement thought that more than one person was required to commit the murders, which I agree with. I think a lot of people thought, there was two people at the very least involved in this. Please wait, Baldwin said in the closing. Richard Allen is truly innocent. The defense finished their opening statement at 10:54 a.m. All right, I'm going to read your guys' chat for a minute. Let me just make sure there's See if there's anything else here. I'm a little disappointed with the prosecution. I thought they would come out with a little bit more. What? What the hell? Their website go down? That's weird. Huh. Okay, their website's unavailable at the time. Okay, these guys, the Wish TV, they were supposed to have like a live blog, but they haven't updated since 9:05 a.m., which was like 5 hours ago, so they're not off to a great start. That's huge though. Human hair. I mean that's good for the defense. Them being driven away. I'm a little blown away with that. That sounds a little nonsense to me. Let's read your guys' comments here. Sarah, for the amount of blood they lost, I would think more would be present despite soaking into the soil. Lots of crime scene evidence hasn't been shared, though. Yeah, I mean, again, they weren't found for a whole, not 24 hours, but pretty close. It was, what, 21 hours? Because they were found at noon. They were likely killed around 3 p.m. I guess it depends on, prosecution or defense, but yeah, I think a lot of the blood would have soaked down in. I mean, they still say there's a lot of blood near the tree and stuff. I don't know if it's going to be as big as a deal as people are going to make, but I still think I still think that's, for the defense side, that's going to be something they'll definitely work with. But, of course, if we interact with people all day, we're likely to share, some kind of DNA or fibers. Think of the list killer, Rex Huerman. So many more the victim count is climbing, but those original victims, they connected to him because they actually found hairs from his wife were on the victim's body. But his wife was out of town every time that he went and killed somebody. So it just shows you that, again, it could have been a family member or something from Libby and Abby's side. But, again, that's interesting. Angel says, my daughter... Oh, I think you've mentioned this before. My daughter and Libby played baseball together. Followed this case with the family from the beginning. More info to come during this trial that is not public knowledge. Thanks, Chris, for all you do. Oh, man. I feel so sorry for what your family's had to go through and your daughter. I can't imagine. It's terrible. I went down the crazy rabbit holes. It made me bonkers. Yeah, I think so. I agree. Cecil Hotel, good to see you. Many have something against Murder Sheet. I think they've done a tremendous job, and they do. They praise the defense when the defense did good. I mean, like I said, I felt like I got a really good kind of feeling of what it was like in the courtroom, because again, there's two of them, and I feel like, obviously they're both taking notes, but they're both not only just writing down what people are saying. Obviously they can't transcribe every word, but they're also giving what the atmosphere is like inside the courtroom, which I think, that's amazing. All right, let's see. We got our first little clip here.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cunol turmeric because it helps
Can't
with
believe
healthy
that guy's
joints and
still
inflammation
skateboarding.
support. Why Cunol? It has superior
I
absorption.
skateboarded for 12 years, broke a lot of bones, and that was it for me.
Compared to regular turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Now at noon, standing in line to see justice at work in the murders of Delphi teens Abby Williams and Libby German, members of the public, some in line since last night outside the courthouse, there to see the trial of Richard Allen begin. Good afternoon and thanks for joining us here. I'm Mark Mullins. It has been more than 7 years since the girls were killed in Carroll County and nearly 2 years since the arrest of suspect Richard Allen. This morning, attorneys delivered their opening statements. WRTV's Caitlin Kendall is in Delphi to fill us in on what's happened so far.
The morning got started a little bit late. That's because Judge Frangel says a number of media personnel actually violated the order, saying that they were not allowed to videotape the jury. 5 cameras were confiscated and 4 total media members have been officially banned from the Delphi double murders trial.
Oh,
Opening
shit.
statements
So
took
they're what? They were banned. Oh, no. Wow. They must have been recording. Because apparently one of the cameramen, he had put the camera down on the ground, and then he had another camera like by his hip. Even though he was in the section where media was allowed, he was pointing towards where the jurors would be coming in. How stupid. I'm sorry. I mean, clearly they just wouldn't ban him if he wasn't recording, right? Sorry, I just had to just comment on that. What an idiot. Anyway, let's continue.
about an hour to complete. Both sides, of course, letting that jury know what they're going to expect for the duration of the trial. The state, Nicholas McClellan, the prosecutor here in Carroll County, went over what they say they're going to say happened, including their evidence that they say ties Richard Allen to Abby Williams and Libby German's death. The defense, obviously, then did their opening statements. Andrew Baldwin telling the jury to please wait and, quote, he said Richard Allen is an innocent man. He truly is. Family of both Abby Williams and Libby German have packed the courtroom. Richard Allen's family also inside of the courtroom. There was about 60 people who waited in line, many overnight throughout the night, trying to get a seat in the courtroom. Only 27 seats were available to the public, so a number of people turned away, expecting the first witness to take to the stand, as well as several other witnesses throughout day one of the Delphi murders trial. Reporting in Carroll County, Caitlin Kendall, WRTV.
Caitlin, thank you. Outside the courthouse, you'll see these blue and purple ribbons. We're told that those were Abby and Libby's favorite colors. You'll want to look for updates from Caitlin from the courtroom tonight on the news at 5 and 6.
Okay. Jennifer, everything going okay? Can anyone switch on iOS to live or top chat? I don't have an option today. Only scissors. That's weird. So yeah, let's see if there's anything else, and then we need to talk about this 2:15 p.m. that Richard Allen is so allegedly leaving at, because that's new. I thought he was there from noon to 1:30. Now he's leaving at 2:15. Kind of have an issue with that. I can't get back to that article. Unless they fixed it. What is going on with their thing? It must be updating it or something. Let's see if these guys did. These guys are terrible. I thought by now they would have an update. Let's look at Twitter here. See what kind of shocking things people are saying. And then we'll read more chat here. And then I am curious about this 2:15 because now we've changed the timeline again for Richard Allen. The man said girls down the hill. Okay. All right, let's see about this article. Is this let's talk about that 215. God, all these ads. Terrible. Yeah, what do you guys think about 215 though? Like, now he's leaving at 215? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, if the hair has a root. I'm assuming that's human. I mean, it still could be an animal, but I think that's less likely because, again, you know, if you have animal hair on you, in here, and I'll just show you animal hair and DNA testing. Let me pull animal hair. Shedding DNA possible. Okay, so it says it is possible to extract DNA from shed animal hair. I remember reading that it didn't have the root. If the hair has a root or follicle material, it may be possible to extract nuclear DNA. See, I think it has to have the root. I don't know. I'll have to kind of read up on that. I swear. Okay, yeah, here, yeah, from Soothy Goosey. So we find out in opening statements there were 2 weapons used on Abby and Libby, one serrated and one not. Whoa, where did this come from? That is interesting. One serrated and one not. Where in the hell did she get that from? And I trust Luthi, even though I don't agree with, you know, because I think she thinks he's innocent. Why is this? It drives me nuts. Let's see what they have on this. If you guys can, hit that like button. I appreciate everybody being here. We'll read more comments here in just a second. Okay, nothing there. I want to know about this serrated edge. Where did you get this? Does anybody know in chat? Like, this is interesting. Richard Allen trial. Okay. Oh. Okay, let's see what they have here. Okay. Yeah, because I definitely want to talk about the 215, because that's new. If he was there, if he was leaving at 215, then how come this guy didn't come forward and, you know, go to an actual detective, not some conservation officer who's a game and ward, you know, but an actual detective to give statements that could help lead to the possible killer. Why didn't Alan, you know, that makes no sense. If he left at 215, he knows he was there when this terrible tragedy happened, and he could have seen the killer. Okay, I'm going to read this. This is a little interesting. This is more from just because I'm assuming we're just going to get a bunch of different perspectives, and there'll be little tidbits that'll probably add in everything. All right, so also in his opening statement for prosecution, they took them on trail and killed them. The girls were hiking along on a nice summer day. A little after 2 p.m., the girls reached the famous high bridge. Alan McLeland alleges was following them. He pulls out a gun and forces them down the hill. McLeland said, adding that the video that Libby was taking on her phone shut off around this time. Out of fear, the girls complied. McLeland told the 5 men and 7 women jurors. So it's 5 and 7. I had 8 and 4. Okay. The girls disappeared, and their bodies were found along Deer Creek the next day. Their throats had been slit. Libby was found naked and covered in blood. McLeland told jurors as he choked up, Abby was wearing Libby's sweatshirt and jeans, while the rest of the clothes were found in a nearby creek. McLeland said Allen later admitted being on the trail that day. After searching his home, investigators found knives, boots, and a gun. McLeland said, adding that an unspent bullet found at the crime scene had been cycled through the same weapon. McLeland also said Allen confirmed his role in the girl's death while incarcerated at the Indiana Department of Correction. Allen, who appeared in court dressed in a long-sleeved, button-down purple shirt, so he's got the purple shirt today, shook his head as, so he's being animated while McLeland's doing his opening statement. So it's interesting. His family members, including his wife Kathy Allen, sat behind him. Allen, McLeland said, was the last person the girls saw before their deaths. For 5 years, he lived in this community, worked in this community, and hid in plain sight. Jennifer Auger, one of Allen's attorneys, argued that the pictures are important for jurors in making a decision about the client's fate. Obviously, it's talking about the sketches, but have been ruled out. There was that one statement where he was... That's weird. I talked about, man, I swear I just saw a comment saying that McLeland was getting choked up. But now I don't see that statement. That is weird. Huh. I swear, I saw somewhere where it said he was getting choked up when he was saying something. Oh, yeah, it's right here. Where is this at? Oh, I just kind of skipped it. McLeland told jurors as he choked up, Abby was wearing Libby's sweatshirt and jeans. Okay. I that was weird. Okay. Let's read the chat here. Again, thank you for everybody coming in. We're going to be going live for, let's see, we started, it's almost been 1 hour. We maybe go for a couple hours depending on how the information flows out. Chris Allen says, oh my God, I was right. Just stuff we already knew, whatever. Yeah, I'm trying to find where this two knives are at. This is very interesting because if he did use a box cutter, if one of the weapons was a box cutter, I think that's so damning. Just because, as a person who worked in retail, I would always take my box because that was like my tool, and they just had tons of box cutters. Oh, now they update their thing. Okay, let's see what they said. Boy, that's pretty basic. If anybody knows where I can find like where they talk about the two weapons, I would like to know. Yeah, I think that's very interesting. I'm gonna write that down. Two weapons. That would make sense because I always had an issue because we originally thought Libby and I'm just gonna talk about it. Warning. We're gonna talk a little bit of graphic stuff because obviously we're here now. But it was always thought that Libby was nearly decapitated. Then it's been recently more rumored that that is not the case. That she actually still had her trachea intact, and that she had two cuts on one side and one cut on the other. And then with Abby, she was kind of stabbed in the neck. So if the box cutter was used on Libby and then something else on Abby, that would make sense. But if it was, obviously I'm sure they'll be able to kind of narrow down what kind of weapon was used. And if they can narrow it down to a box cutter, that's going to be huge. And then if Alan admitted to the box cutter thing, how do you explain that? I mean, no one would have ever guessed that. I always thought, like a Bowie knife, something, big. And yeah. So, there were sticks around the bodies, and some people said the sticks around Abby looked like horns. No, they did not look like horns. They actually, if anything, they looked like antlers, not horns. And really, when you're placing girls, in a leafy stick, where in an area like, let's just pull this up for a minute. Did I put it back in here? Didn't I move it? D2. There it is. Teenage girls, Abby Williams and Liberty German, had made last-minute plans to go to the... Yeah, when you're laying them in an area that's just full of leaves and little sticks, and the bodies are being dragged and moved, of course you're going to get little sticks in their hair. And that's what they were. They were just little sticks, and no, they didn't form horns. If anything, they almost formed kind of antler. They were kind of like this, not, horns. They were more like this, but they were just kind of in her hair because she was probably being dragged and positioned, and while being moved, some sticks got in her hair, and they... oh, you meant to say antlers. That's okay. Yeah. Well, that's what it was. That's what they were trying to say as horns. But that just goes to show, the defense is going to do, obviously they're going to do their job and try to, make a story. But, yeah. Yorkshire T says it sounds like they've tested hair with possible match to female relative of Libby. Yeah. Ooh, Cynthia's got a great, defense has to prove that he left at 2:15. Yeah, you can't just be throwing out these times. Like, what the hell? Alan, original statement, he's there from 1:30 to 3:30, which, holy shit, you put everything together. It's a linear path. Like, this case is very unique where, it's not like where they drove somewhere and they killed somebody and then they went somewhere else. This is something that happened on more or less a linear path. Even though there's some trails that kind of cut off, everybody was that's involved in this more or less walked a linear path. And we know that there are timestamps, metadata, that places the juvenile witnesses in certain areas at certain times, and yet they never saw Richard Allen before, and if Richard Allen was there from like noon to 1:30, he would basically be there at the same time these girls were, and they would actually be almost following each other. And so this is, what it would look like if Alan would have arrived at noon. And we know that the girls were at the bridge at 12:43 because they took a picture. Metadata shows them there. They're there approximately 15 minutes. Then at 1:26, now I'm just working backwards right now. So they would have been getting there at noon. So either if he'd parked at the CPS building or at this other little parking lot, they would almost be walking in tandem with each other. Like either Alan would have been just ahead of them or right behind them. But either way, they would have interacted at the bridge. Because the girls were there for at least 15 to 17 minutes. And they would have ran into Alan if he was there from noon to 1:30. I think that's why now they've changed it to 2:15. I guarantee it, because it makes no sense him being there from noon to 1:30, because the biggest issue out of all of it would be if he's leaving at 1:30, well, guess who shows up at 1:30? Here's him leaving at 1:30, but guess who's coming along? We have the killer. So how come Richard Allen didn't come forward and say, hey, yeah, I saw this guy dressed, in this? Again, it doesn't make sense. So now it totally makes sense now that they're switching to 2:15. But I'm really surprised that they're going with taking the girls' bodies away. So basically, the defense is trying to say that these girls were... Let's see if I can find it here. Yeah, right here. So instead of crossing the creek, and that bridge kind of comes back out to here, we have that private drive that goes under. So he's saying after the video and guys down the hill that there was a car that he placed them into, and then they drove off. And they were killed somewhere else. And then you're going to drop them back where they're looking for the girls? Does that make sense? You know that they're going to be looking for the girls there. Like, think about it logically. You've just abducted girls at this place. You're going to take them. You successfully did that, according to the defense. You're going to kill them. And then You have to know that they're out there searching for the girls there. But, you know, we're ninjas, and we're going to be able to drag 2 dead weight bodies back to the crime scene? Really? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Sarah says, I'm a current general psychology student and going to get my master's. Oh, that's awesome. In forensic psychology. I'm no expert, but I definitely have a deep interest in this case. Well, yeah, for forensic, yeah, because, I mean, this is a big case. And, yeah, I'm sure it's going to be talked about for decades on. But, yeah, that's awesome, man. That sounds like a great career. You're never bringing them back ever. I mean, that's so dumb. Yeah, I mean, where's the logic? Come on, guys. We know. Okay, think about, for those that know Evansdale, what happened there? It's almost the same scenario. They took 2 girls from a park. They were on their bike. Probably put in a vehicle. And guess what? They took them way out in the boonies into, I can't remember how many miles, like 20, 30 miles away, into a very heavily wooded area somewhere else where obviously, you know, they wouldn't be looking for them near the park and around the park. They took them way out northeast, I think, from the actual place they were abducted. To a heavily wooded area. But sadly, they would be found, what was about a month later, something like that. But, yeah, so that's what I think would happen at 9 out of 10, probably 99 out of 100 times. If you're going to abduct somebody, why in the hell would you bring them back where people are looking for them? Sorry, I just... These girls... I remember when I first heard about this case, and we used to go to a park. Now, of course, we didn't have a bridge like this. But, yeah, we used... kids at their same age, we go to a park that had trails and stuff like that. And when I first heard about that and then saw the video and everything... And I'm sure a lot of people have thought about this. Could you imagine? And then usually it'd just be me and my best friend, you know, just like their case. And I can't imagine having a gun pulled on me and my friend, taken somewhere nearby, and then one of us has to watch the other die first, knowing that we're going to both die, but you have to watch your friend die first in a horrible, horrible manner. To know that then you're next. My God. These poor girls. Hey, Amy, good to see you. I see where you're going. You're going there, Chris. Yeah. Oh, man. But yeah, like I said, we used to go to the park all the time. We had a local park in my friend's neighborhood. Not, you know, very different. It did have a creek, but, you know, no bridge or anything. But, and yeah, sometimes you would have like maybe 5 to 10 people, you know, there. Sometimes there's nobody there. You know, it wasn't, you know, super popular, but, you know, there'd be a few people there because it was kind of inside a neighborhood, but it was still pretty big. But we went there a lot and we skateboarded and stuff like that. And it just reminds me of being in a park and thinking, oh my God, it's so terrible. These poor girls. Sensei, good to see you. Gifted a Mob Crew membership. Amy got the mob, was gifted. Thank you, Sensei, for the support. Of course, I am very passionate about this case. And I just want these girls to get justice. And I hope it's a fair trial. Man, I don't know what's going on with WTHR right now. This drives me nuts because they've been so good at updating. But for some reason, I don't know what the hell is going on. Oh, it finally worked. Does anybody know where this 2 blades is at? I'm still trying to... Let's see. No, we've read this. I want to know where the hell Sleuthy got this from. I trust Sleuthy, even though I know she's on, a defense side of things. Yellow Jacket. Oh gosh, I don't know why I'm looking at Yellow Jacket. That's the last person we want to see. See Delphi trial. We'll get to chat here in just a second. What is this? Someone spamming BS. Becky Patty apparently testified that she was told the girls were found but prohibited from going to see them soon after the coroner's van showed up, and that's how she found out. Is she... I wonder who... So, obviously, who's taking the witness stand right now? Let me check the Reddit here. Okay, so court is breaking for an hour. More from... Oh, okay, so we've got... Sounds like the family's going first. More from morning testimony per media pool. Libby's grandmother, Becky Patty, told about the day. Okay, so it sounds like Becky Patty is, I'm assuming, witness 1? Interesting. That poor thing. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Becky Patty told about the day Libby and Abby went to the Mona High Bridge on the day off from school. And the last thing she said to me, Grandma, it will be okay. Just heartbreaking. T. Lemon says, I am positive he will be found guilty. If there's any chance that he is acquitted, I don't think he would be long for this world. Yeah. Charlene says, I'm 15 minutes from Delphi. So we've got some locals in here. Oh, she's saying the local, yeah. Cynthia says, are we going to hear from the defense? Next to the Richard Allen was searching for Abby and Libby, and that's how the bolt ended up between the girls, Abby and Libby. Yeah. Win the game thanks to the judge, already corrupt from the start. She's no nonsense. I don't know about that. I think it's the judge they need. Although I don't agree. I think this should have been transparent because, we know a lot of people have had issues with this case and the transparency of it all. And I do disagree with not a lot, but some of the stuff she's done. But on the other hand, I kind of feel like she's kind of the judge that they need in this case because just the magnitude of everything. But again, I'm not a big fan. I'm not a fan of hers, to be quite honest. Has anybody found an article talking about the two blades? I cannot find this. Let me see if I can type it in. So it'll probably come from the defense, right? Defense. Two weapons were used in Delphi murders. See what this one says. Okay, so that's prosecution. Defense. Okay. Okay, here's a little bit more from the defenses. I wish we could kind of like put it all together. So he countered that the witness descriptions are inconsistent and suggest that Allen suffered from mental health crisis that led him to confess. But at the end of the day, it don't matter if he was beaten to a pulp. If he confessed to things that only a killer would know, but we know he wasn't. Obviously, he was filmed 24/7. He even admits that it had nothing to do with security guards, that his mental health was due to the lights being on, and that the prisoners in the other cells were being loud. Nothing about the guards. Yeah. Baldwin challenged the murder investigation itself, suggesting police botched the probe from the very start. I agree with that. The state lost evidence. Baldwin claimed it tussled with the FBI investigation. Be curious to find out how that went. I'm sure there's probably some truth to that. Baldwin echoed the statement he made during the jury selection, saying a hair found. Okay, we heard that. Okay. The defense also suggested the girls may have gone up an access road, gotten into another vehicle, and were killed elsewhere before taken back where the bodies were discovered near the creek. Common sense. Baldwin cast doubt on state's timeline of the murders and cell phone evidence. Again, the cell phone evidence, just in general, the geofence, I think that's going to be a problem. But what is Richard Allen's alibi? Again, where was he? I thought he was on his phone, but yet we're going to learn that when they did geofencing, now they only had like a certain time frame. I'm not sure what it is. I'm sure it's probably like noon to like 5 or something like that. But when they did the geofencing, no Richard Allen. So again, where was he? If he had a phone. They talked about the sketches. I know that. So remember is okay. Still nothing about this blade. I'm dying to see this. Yeah, I believe justice will be served. These girls recorded this monster. They themselves are their own witnesses. Yep. Alan says he left his phone. Exactly. Yeah, it was probably sitting at home. And what sucks is because they can't go back and get his phone records because obviously they only keep them for, I don't know, a certain amount of years or whatever. I'm not sure exactly. But 5 years is way too long. So whatever service he had at that time, they couldn't go back and get, his phone records, which is just terrible. They could geofence, but that will only show the phones in that area of wherever they're pulling the geofence. which obviously would be at the crime scene. So yeah. Leslie, good to see you. Chris, there's nothing, not even on Reddit. Yeah, I don't know where. I trust Sleuthy. Again, I do have I have respect for Sleuthy Goosey. Although I highly disagree with her, but oh, wait, what? Whoa. The hair found wrapped around Abby's finger had a root and was able to be tested. They identified it as female. So there you go. So the hair is not a big deal. To me, that's huge. It's not a male, it's a female. We know it wasn't a female that killed these girls. Or at least was on the trails that day, walking up to them with a gun. That wasn't a female voice. So to me, that's a nothing burger then. What do you guys think? If it's a female hair, I think that's a nothing burger. All right, I'm going to update the thing here for a second. But let me put this up just in case if you want to read it for a minute. I'm just going to put some of the highlights. Okay, let me just update this ticker a little bit with some of the more highlights for anybody that's coming in. So just give me 1 second here. Oh, that's the tip ticker. Okay. All right. Hair down in Abby's hand is female hair. Fence is brought back. Richard Allen allegedly left at 2:15 p.m. Okay. All right. So I just changed some of the headlines there. We'll keep adding on. Oh, well, of course. Yeah, everybody deserves a fair trial. Might be Richard Allen's wife's hair from transfer. Yeah. That'd be huge. If they did not test Kathy Allen's hair, then again, think about the Long Island serial killer. It was his wife's hair that was found on the victims. Again, she wasn't there. Every time he killed these girls or killed his victims, I don't know every time, but a lot of the times, she went on vacation somewhere. And so he would take these victims to his home. And so I'm sure, her hair, would be throughout the home. And yes, I think there was a few that actually had his hair, but most of them had the wife's hair. So to me, yeah, that's a nothing burger to me. And he has, his wife's hair. Yeah, if they didn't get tested. Beach Gal says they said a smooth blade and a serrated blade. Beach Gal, do you know where that's coming from? I cannot find us anything about that. Oh, I know what I want to add. Oh shoot. Ticker. Where are you? First witness. I can spell. Sorry, guys. I'm just. First witness is Libby's grandmother. Becky. Oops. Becky Patty. Okay. So they're probably kind of giving an idea of, obviously. So it sounds like they're gonna, just talk about the girls, the background, So that sounds like that's where they're starting at, is with the family members, and obviously, which makes sense. Oh, hey, let's see what this guy's saying. What are you saying, huh? What are you talking about? I'll put this in the full pic. All right, let's see what this guy's saying.
Libby German. The teens were found dead in 2017. Their murders made national attention, and many have been waiting for this moment for years. CBS 4's Russ McQuaid was among the first in line for court this morning. He joins us now live with the dramatic start to this trial. Russ?
Good afternoon, Melissa. It was attorneys for both sides, the prosecution and the defense, that laid out their respective cases for the guilt or innocence of Richard Allen. The prosecution says he confessed and knew details only the killer would know. The defense says there's no evidence linking their client to the killings. In the past, you've seen video of Richard Allen arriving here at the Carroll County Courthouse for other hearings. However, you won't see any fresh video now because Judge Fran Gull has banned video of Allen or herself or jurors entering and exiting from a cordoned-off corner of the courthouse. The families of Abby Williams and Libby German arrived just before 8 a.m., and Allen's family is there too, as a dozen jurors and 4 alternates listen to opening statements of both the state and the defense. Prosecutor Nicholas McLeland went first, and over the course of 20 minutes told jurors that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy, the man who stalked Libby and Abby on the bridge that day, whose image was captured on Libby's cell phone. And he matches the description of a man seen on the Monon High Bridge in the minutes before the girls were abducted. And that Allen has confessed that he knew details only the killer would know. And investigators found a bullet that matches Allen's gun at the site where the girls' bodies were discovered. Defense attorney Andrew Baldwin countered that the witness descriptions are inconsistent. Allen suffered a mental health crisis that led to false confessions. The bullet testing was inconclusive, and that the girls were likely abducted on Monday afternoon, February 13, 2017, driven away from the bridge, killed elsewhere, and their bodies were placed not far from the banks of the Deer Creek. That early Tuesday morning the next day, several hours before they were found. And law enforcement, he said, this week is scrambling to explain the hair intertwined in Abby's hands that didn't come from Richard Allen, and that there is no DNA linking his clients to these murders. Judge Gull also ruled against the defense and in favor of the state. The defense wanted to include those 2 sketches we've seen for a long time, an older man, kind of bearded, a slouch hat, and a younger man, curly hair, dark features, that have been trotted out by Indiana State Police sketch artists for the last several years, saying these are either suspects or people we're looking for who may have been on the bridge that day. The defense says these don't look anything at all like Richard Allen. We want to show that to the jury that this case is flawed. The prosecution said, we don't think it looks like Richard Allen either, but it wasn't meant to be Richard Allen. It was only meant to be an investigative tool. The judge ruled in favor of the state. Those sketches and any discrepancies.
Now, and I'm just going to chime in here. Again, these sketches are not photographs. They are supposed to have maybe one defining thing that the witness may have remembered, like he had a very strong draw line, or he had a part in his hair somewhere, or he, had Dumbo ears. Again, these are not supposed to be one-to-one, and the accuracy is like 1 out of 10 when it comes to how accurate sketches are. You can just go through and look in the past at sketches and to what people actually looked like. Usually there's one little defining feature. But again, look at the difference between the two. It just shows there's actually 4 of them. Only 2 that really got officially released, but they're all way different because everybody obviously is going to see something different. And again, that's just my 2 cents on it.
And doubts will stay out. Melissa?
Russ, now a few questions before you go. Another big moment this morning. We were told some of the media was removed from the courtroom. What happened there?
Well, they weren't removed from the courtroom, but they were banned from the trial and they were banned from the courthouse because just before 8 o'clock this morning, they violated, allegedly, the judge's orders to not shoot video of a cordoned off area where she, the jurors, and the suspect come in away from cameras. It's a security issue, and of course they don't want the jurors' identities shown on TV. A network news photographer had his camera confiscated. A still photographer from AP also did. We also heard a couple other names. We weren't sure if they were traditional credentialed media or private folks who were out there shooting, but she said 4 people have been banned, 5 cameras have been confiscated, the SIM cards taken out, the batteries taken out, erased, and they won't get their cameras back. So she is very serious when she says she demands the sanctity and the security of this courthouse and the protection of the identities of the jurors.
How stupid.
Also, Russ, for us, who aren't able to sit in and witness this like you are, what was Richard Allen's demeanor in that courtroom?
Oh.
Richard Allen is walking in. He was unshackled. That is unusual, but he is unshackled. He is accompanied by corrections officers, I'm assuming from the Department of Corrections, or perhaps the next county over, White County, or where he's being held. No, it's Clinton County. He's being held in their jail. But they also were in plain clothes. They were not wearing their jail fatigues. He was not wearing his jail jumpsuit and in shackles like he has been in the past, because when you present before the jury, you cannot be shown as an inmate. Yeah. That gives the jury the impression that you're already convicted. He comes in, he was very low key, he's looking healthier, more bright-eyed than he has in the past, clean shaven, and engages with his attorneys as they talk about the progress of their case.
And I think he's wearing the khakis and purple shirt, which I think that was something he wore either day 2 or day 1. I can't remember. So there's that. Let's see. Let's check Max Lewis. He hasn't updated. Okay, I don't know if we're going to get anything from Barbara McDonald. Where is the other guy at? Go back to Richard Allen here real quick. Phoenix is making a big deal out of them getting banned. Again, you do not want the identities of the jurors out there. That would be so terrible. I can't imagine. That would be the worst thing ever. So I don't blame them for that. All right, Barbara McDonald. For those who don't know, I think she's kind of on the Ron Logan train, which, again, yeah. Aidan Fisher, everyone give Chris a thumbs up. He works very hard to have these videos. Thank you so much, Aidan Fisher. Yeah, I do. Usually when I do lives, I spend hours putting videos together. Obviously, it's a little bit different. This is just kind of doing a news update as we go along as a reporter. I'm trying to keep, all the big details up there. If anybody finds an article that talks about the two knives, let me know. Mods, if you see it, highlight it. Let's see what Barbara McDonald has to say. All right, Barbara, what you got?
And told jurors this morning that...
Okay, what? Hold on. Okay, I'm going to go full view for you guys real quick. Yeah, and if anybody donates through Venmo or PayPal, not necessary, but it does help this channel out. Just let my mods know so that I can shout you out. But here is Court TV. Let's see what they got to say.
I know throughout the last few days we've been learning a lot of new things.
Let me know how the volume is too, because I have a booster app that can boost the volume if we have trouble hearing things.
Learn about the case in openings today.
Well, the prosecutor, Nicholas McClellan, told jurors this morning that for the first time we get to hear the rest of the story, and he laid a lot of that out in his opening statement. He took only 15 minutes to deliver that. He says the last face that Abby and Libby saw before their throats were cut was the face of Richard Allen. He says that they have a witness who in 2019 told them that she saw a man wearing a blue jacket walking on the road back to where they believe Richard Allen parked his car that day, and that he was muddy and bloody and looked like he had slaughtered a pig. Now, the defense had 1 hour to deliver their opening statement today, and that was delivered by Andrew Baldwin. And he said that same witness who described the muddy and bloody man in 2017, right after the murders happened, said the man had been wearing a tan jacket and was only muddy. The defense is going to be attacking the timeline. They say the timeline does not match Richard Allen's movements that day, and they say that there is evidence that his car...
So when the game says yes, but the sketches mean something, why... I'm just going to go to the second part. And one of the witnesses said 10 out of 10. Come on, Chris. I agree. Or, well, I mean, I understand what you're saying. Yes, Betsy Blair said, yeah, I feel confident. 10 out of 10. And maybe, I'm sure maybe she felt like that. It was the 10 out of 10. But it's not about what they felt. Again, it's just the accuracy. I'm sure you probably, if you could go back all the years, I'm sure a lot of people would say, some of these sketches that they did throughout the years of criminal cases, yeah, I feel really accurate about this sketch, but, it was like way off. But in their mind, they felt like, yeah, this is what I saw, but that still doesn't mean it's a 10 out of 10 one-to-one creation, so that would just be my counter-argument to that. But I feel like, in my opinion, with Betsy Blair, I mean, she admits she's standing at the beginning, and he's on platform 1, so he's at least 50 feet away. And I think she probably felt confident, but I think he probably had a brown beanie on, and from back far away, maybe looked like poofy hair. And then we know that it's kind of like a teenage hangout, and maybe she just kind of assumed, and maybe because if he was like clean shaven, she kind of got that baby face look and thought he was in his 20s. So that's just my counter argument to that. But we'll continue on. But I respect that. But again, they're not supposed to be photographs. So that would be the other.
was gone from that parking lot by 2:15 p.m. And of course, the abduction of the girls, as evidenced by that video on Libby's phone, happened at 2:13 p.m. So that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. We also found out today that there were 2 different weapons used in the murders of these 2 girls. One a serrated edge, one was not. Michael and Ted?
Okay, and then we heard about the hair the other day as well. We are learning more.
And we've got a little bit more detail about that hair as well, is that it does come from a female, and according to the defense, that hair was never tested against any of Abby or Libby's relatives or friends. You know, the girls were wearing borrowed sweatshirts that day. Libby had on her own, but Abby was wearing one that had belonged to Kelsey. She has long blonde hair. It is perhaps Kelsey's hair from that jacket, but it was never tested, and the defense says that's a problem. They say the state is now scrambling to get that testing done.
Those sketches, the defense wants to...
Oh, that's interesting. So they're going to try to test it while this trial's going on, that sounds like. That's interesting. To me, I don't see where that's going to help the defense really at all. I don't think anybody would think a female was involved in this. So it's, of course, it sounded good when they said they found an unknown hair in her hand, but win the game. So you're from a different country. They say, Chris, you are from America. Have you ever heard of a murder case that's not shown in the public? Yeah, so what it is, of course, because we have states, and so every state is different, and unfortunately, Indiana is the worst. So it is, I wouldn't say it's not unheard of, but again, it's state to state. I think most states usually allow cameras or an audio or something like that. Indiana, they're terrible. They're terrible. They're officially known they were like the last people to ever introduce cameras into the courtroom. And they're just way behind on that. But I agree. I've always been for transparency, especially this case. But yeah, it's just something that happens from state to state. Most states allow it. It also depends on the judge, of course. There's a lot of variables, but yeah, it's happened, of course, many times, unfortunately. But that's crazy. I'm gonna go back and play that one more time.
Kelsey's hair from that jacket, but it was never tested, and the defense says that's a problem. They say the state is now scrambling to get that testing done.
Those sketches, the defense wants to bring them in to say, hey, these sketches don't look like this guy. What did the judge say about that?
The judge agreed with the state, and they will not be coming in. The state called those investigative tools and said they did not lead to the identification or arrest of Richard Allen and therefore are irrelevant. And the judge agreed with that, so they will not be entered into evidence. We do know that there are some witnesses already being called by the state. The first one's up, Becky Patty, Libby's custodial grandmother, Derek German, Libby's father, who was to pick the girls up that day and was the first to discover that they were missing, and Kelsey German Siebert, the sister of Libby, who of course dropped the girls off at the trails that day.
So yeah, very interesting. Leslie, Chris, I was wrong. My apologies to Sleuthy. I totally want to say I'm sorry, my bad. Thank you, Chris. I can see I admit when I'm wrong much. Oh, no worries. We're all human. We get things wrong. Nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect. I get things wrong all the time. And if I say something incorrect, please correct me in chat. Penny says that is what you were looking for, I think. Once rated and one not. Yeah. Do you know where that statement came from? I mean, we know it came from Sleuthy, and again, I've always seen Sleuthy post, and she's usually, again, I know she's for the defense, but she's usually, a responsible person when it comes to reporting kind of stuff like that. Let's see what's going on in Reddit, because they've been really good here. Oh, okay. We got more from Becky on the stand. Here we go. Let's read this. Okay, let me see if I can I zoom it in still and see if you guys can read it too. Trying to make it so you can see it too. Oh, that makes it kind of look weird. Yeah. That works. Okay. Let me take a sip here, guys, real quick, and we'll read what... So first up on the witness stand is Becky. I'm assuming they're just, getting an idea for the girls, and then, of course, kind of what happened that day. Okay. The state called Becky Patty to the stand. Becky's testimony was very emotional. Oh, gosh. She's been waiting so long. Oh, God. That poor thing. At times, she had to pause and wipe away her tears. Oh, gosh. Oh, I'd be bawling. I'd be bawling watching her if she was crying. This is somebody who's been waiting way too long to get justice for her baby. She took time describing who Libby was and as the girls' friendship. Becky also described her version of the timeline that day that the girls went missing. Becky says just before the girls left to go to the trail, she told Libby to grab a jacket and that her granddaughter's final words to her were, "Grandma, I'm going to be okay." Becky describes her timeline from that day the girls were found. She says her family joined a search party that morning. Becky describing the moment she realized things were not all right. "I could not understand why they wouldn't take me to her when they said that she had been found. It wasn't until I saw the coroner's van that I realized they weren't alive." Baldwin's cross-examination only lasted 3 minutes. He asked Becky to describe Libby's voice, trying to reiterate that she was vocal. Voice. Libby's voice. She was vocal. Huh. I wonder where he's going with that. Anybody have any ideas on where Libby's voice? So it's interesting. I'm surprised there isn't more about or maybe they just kind of left it out. But I think they would go a little bit more about just like her, the victims, just who they were, what they were into. Maybe that was the case, and they just kind of left that part out. That's heartbreaking. I'm kind of glad that they're going to probably do the family because they've been waiting so goddamn long. And so I'm so glad that they're going to probably get them out of the way so that way they can get their testimony out of the way and now they can relax and, I don't know if they can relax, but, when the game says this, if you felt like it was 10 out of 10, the defense should be able to use it. Yeah, I mean, it's agree to disagree on that. Justice Shades, clutched in the hand clump or single strand. Yeah, they didn't really say. I've heard somebody say like just a hair, like just one. But again, I'm sure we'll find that out. Yeah. Oh gosh. Don't matter what side, if you're on defense or or believe Richard Allen's guilty. Either way, it's about the victims, Libby and Abby, and yeah, I am really curious about the phone. Yeah. says how horrible. I know. My heart breaks. Oh, I missed this. Chris, did you get my email with your address and number so you can come over for dinner, lunch, etc.? I did email you. I'm sorry. Sometimes it's weird. Sometimes it just doesn't show up, or maybe it's just, while I'm doing something, I miss it. But thank you, Leslie, for the $5 super chat. And I did email you back. Of course, I'm going to be really busy for the trial because they're doing it Monday through Saturday. And so I plan to go live pretty much every day and then do videos at night. So I am going to be swamped through now until November, mid-November. But we'll have to make some arrangements. Geneva, good to see you. Hi, Chris. Much love. Member for 24 months. Oh, hit the big 2-4. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Geneva. God bless you. I hope you're doing well. Amazing support of the channel. Cecil Hotel coming in with the $2 super chat. Thanks, Chris. It's my pleasure. Of course, we'll be going over everything. I'm sure there's going to be, because I'm sure everybody got like certain things. So I'm sure we're going to learn much more. Yeah, I agree, especially if it's female. And the fact that they didn't test the family, I think we're probably going to find out that it was a family member's hair. And it just came off the jacket or something. Oh, see, yeah. Okay, so she did. She did talk about Libby just as a person. After the lunch break, court resumed, and Libby's grandmother, Becky Patty, was called to the stand. She described Libby as very smart, and that she participated in the math bowl and was active in swimming, volleyball, softball, and soccer. Wow. She was very active. A lot of sports that I did. I did volleyball and soccer. I didn't do softball. I was a big swimmer, but I wasn't like on a swim team or anything. She said Libby had many sleepovers with friends and vice versa. She told the jury that Abby Williams went on a spring break with her and her husband and Libby. Patty said that Libby had just turned 14 the previous summer, December 2016, just 2 months before she was brutally murdered. And that her sister Kelsey, having her driver's license, helped with all of Abby's activities. That's funny. Okay, let me just see this real quick. I'm going to read this here in just a second. I just want to see what it's saying because there's a few things that are different. Okay, let me read this. Oh, yeah, it could be art. Yeah. Right. Then you would just have exactly like the list killer, Long Island serial killer. Yep. Okay, let me read this. I think most of this is the same, but let's just see, because, I think we're going to get different views. Some things are going to be, because they only have, a notebook that can write down stuff and remember. So I'm sure we're going to get little tidbits from each person that's there. So let me read this one, see if there's anything different. Okay, so this is the opening statement because I just want to see if there's anything else new. So Nick Leland, I'm just going to say Nick. Nick describes the events February 13th, that it was a nice summer day. The girls were laughing and joking at the park. Nick says he will refer to the girls as Abby and Libby. He describes them on High Bridge and how dangerous it can be and how it is a rite of passage for kids to cross it. So yeah, it was a known teenage hangout. That's why I think with the Betsy Blair, the 10 out of 10 person, it sounds like she was somebody, possibly older, that, was likely retired is what I'm trying to say, and often walked the park. And probably knew that this was, something that were a lot of teenagers. That's why I think that sketch is from a younger, in her mind, a younger person, because that's usually who's crossing the bridges, is the kids. It seems like, only the brave and probably, the teenagers are the ones crossing the bridge. Anyway, I digress. Nick says Libby posted photos of the bridge of Abby and noticed a man following him. Libby was on Snapchat and her video... Oh, this one's different. Jennifer, I think you're still here. This one is different. Libby was on Snapchat and her video cuts off after the man says girl. Oh, and he says girls down the hill. That's where... Okay, that'll be interesting. Did he really say girls or did he say guys? I don't hear girls down the hill. We'll have to play the audio. That's interesting. But I think the huge one is Snapchat. I don't know. We'll have to see. McLean warns the jury that they're going to see photos of the scene and describes them in graphic terms, unspent bullet, and how the girls were dressed. Leland tells the jury about a witness that he plans to call to testify that Allen admitted he was on the trail that day. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let me read this again. Nick tells the jury about all the witnesses. I'm sorry, I misspoke. All the witnesses that he plans to call to testify that Allen admitted he was on the trail that day. While he was doing that, I guess Richard Allen shakes his head furiously when Nick speaks about guns and his alleged admission. Oh, so all three. So interesting. Allen's wife, seated in the courtroom, shook her head when Nick said Allen told he killed the girls. Okay. Nick concluded after speaking for the jury for 13 minutes. Interesting. Okay, so that was interesting. Some new stuff there. Oh, maybe he said girls at a different point. Yeah, that's definitely possible. I think they'll still be able to say that, but I don't know if they'll be able to say that in front of the jury. I think she'll still obviously be able to testify. That's a good question though, as far as what Betsy will be able to say. Because I agree. I agree with you that they should be able to hear what she described seeing. I totally agree with that. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Well, Amy, so the thing is that the photo of Abby, the infamous photo of Abby, was Snapchat, but we didn't really know if if Libby, when she recorded the video, if it was just a recording on her phone or if it was a Snapchat video, because we kind of had some theories on how that video could have been corrupted, and why it was only a short 43 seconds, because I guess you could only record a video on Snapchat because you had to hold down a button on your phone. I'm trying to get my phone in here. Sorry. You would have to It's like looking in a mirror. You'd have to like hold it down, and the second you release it, it stops recording. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we try not to talk about a certain person that I used to collab with. Again, I have respect for that guy, kind of, but I'm not going to get into it. But if we can, try not to talk about any other channels. I'm sorry, Sensei, and those that are mentioning that channel. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, let's read the defense's opening statement. Defense Andrew Baldwin begins opening his statement with, Richard Allen is an innocent man. He tells the jury the investigation was messed up from the beginning. Middle, even the last couple of... Oh, okay, let me read this again. Now I understand how he says it. Tells the jury the investigation was messed up from the beginning, middle, even the last couple of days. Okay. Baldwin says the state of Indiana kicked out the FBI and that the strand of hair was found on Abby's finger, around Abby's fingers. That's interesting. That's new. So we heard hand, but now it's fingers? Again, it's a female hair around her fingers. Okay. He says DNA from the family has never been provided. I don't know why you would mention that. Here's the thing. That, to me, just let me know what you think in chat. Why would you mention that the DNA has never been provided by the family? It would sound good if you just mentioned there's a hair found around Abby's fingers and they have no idea who it is and just zip it. I guess, you know, obviously the prosecution would just then say it. But anyway, I feel like I would leave that out if I was the defense, in my opinion. Baldwin tells the jury that the prosecution theory is that at 4 p.m. that day, the girls were deceased. And for the next several hours, the bodies didn't move and that the phone was never found. Never moved. Baldwin tells the jury about the CPS parking lot near the trails and that the state's theory of Allen's parking does not make sense. Says the defense theory is that Allen was never on the trail at the same time as the girls and Allen was gone by 1:30 that day. Okay, what the hell? Somebody said 2:15. Didn't they say... They said 2:15. I am... This is where it's going to be an issue, because there might be some inconsistencies. Baldwin tells the jury that the witnesses will testify that they did not see Allen's car, and that the man seen on the bridge may not have ever said girls. And there he's back. He's doubling down on girls down the hill. We're going to listen to the audio here in just a second. He tells the jury that the evidence may show the girls went to an access road to a man named Brad Weber's house. Oh, whoa. Okay, interesting. He tells the jury that the evidence may show the girls went to an access road to a man named Brad Weber's house, that the road is under the bridge. Okay, so he's still talking about the access road. Okay. Baldwin then tells the jury, we have reason to believe those girls may have gotten into a vehicle at a road near Brad Weber's property. Okay. Then he talks about the cell phone, which we've already heard. There's nothing new there. Well, let me read it. Libby's phone was connected to the cell till 5:54 p.m. Then it stopped connecting, then reconnected to the tower at 3:45 p.m. Baldwin says this is the same phone that the state says was under Abby's body. Baldwin says the phone was working when it was found and that the phone was out of the area and someone brought the girls to where they were found. area. Yeah, that's worded very weirdly. Baldwin tells the jury at 4:34, 15 texts came through Libby's phone. He describes the search for the girls on the 13th and says the area was where the girls were found, was searched, but the girls were not there. I don't know how you can kind of say that unless you actually have people saying, yeah, we were right on top of where the girls were found. Remember, by the time they were out there searching, it was basically dark. Because remember, it's February. You know, the days are short. I think it gets dark at what, like 6 p.m. around in there somewhere. So by the time they were already starting to search, I mean, it's almost pitch black. So of course they're not going to see anything unless they're standing on top of them. Baldwin describes, not one person saw any bodies over there. Nobody saw any clothing in the creeks on the 13th. Of course not. It's nighttime, and we don't know of any. I don't think we ever heard of anybody going in the. I'm sure they were checking the creek. But I doubt people were in the creek, searching as we saw on the 14th. Baldwin describes Allen and his family and talk about the false confessions. He tells the jury the bullet was found in the ground, that no photos of it were taken from different angles. Okay. He says the bullet was ejected through the gun but not fired. So they tested it out on a new bullet, and the markings were not the same. He tells the jury it's like apples and oranges. Well, we'll have to see. Baldwin tells the jury the defense believes 2 different people were involved. Okay. At 10:53 a.m., Baldwin concluded his opening statements. Okay. Interesting. Girls down the hill. This is very interesting. I'm wondering if the reporter misquoted this or what. What do you guys think? Hey, Karen, good to see you. Yeah, Olivia says, I agree. Yeah, why would you? Yeah, if you're talking about hair and if you're defense, I would say, yeah, don't mention that they haven't done DNA on the family. And now we hear that they're going to be doing that. And I would not be surprised if we find out that that hair is from the family. And the hair, which sounds good for the defense, is just going to be a nothing burger. But I am surprised that they never tested the family. That really sounds stupid. No, that's okay, Sensei. I love you, Sensei, and I know you have a connection to him, and that's fine. We just went our separate ways, and I'm not about drama, and I'm not gonna, but yeah, we'll leave it at that. But no worries at all. Justin says those girls didn't die there. But again, do you really think, like, if you took the girls, right? If you're the killer or killers, you nab these girls from this park or whatever you want to call it. You have to know that they're searching for them. It's on the news. It's plastered. And you're going to drive back after you've killed them and dump it in the same area that you just abducted them from, with police and volunteers, firefighters, lights all around, fire trucks lit up at night, and they're going to bring them back at some point. And you're not just going to go dump them like in a river 2 miles, 20 miles away, or, wherever, somewhere where they're not looking for these girls. It doesn't make sense. Again, Evansdale, 2 girls, same thing. They were taken from a park on their bicycles. But what did the killers do? They didn't dump them back at the park. They went, and I forget how many miles. I want to say it's 20 miles, but it could be much more. They went and dumped them in a forest long out there, and it took them a month to find the bodies. It makes no sense. If you were to abduct him, why in the hell would you bring him back where you abducted him? The logic in that, not to say that hasn't happened, but I just feel like that logic's, the common sense is not there. Not to say that common sense in murders, but it just doesn't sound very smart. So right now, if you're just coming in, Becky, so they did the opening statements, the prosecution defense. They weren't very long. I think 13, 15 minutes for either side. And now we have Becky Patty, which that makes sense. I'm so glad that they're knocking out the victim's family first, so they don't have to sit there for whatever time, and then eventually, yeah. Yeah, I dressed up as Bridge Guy. Yeah. Yeah, let's listen to this. Girls Down the Hill. I don't know where in the hell they got Girls Down the Hill. I've never heard any... Well, I pulled up the wrong thing. Gosh darn it. Let's just listen to the audio, shall we? Girls Down the Hill. Okay, what am I doing? Here we go.
Teenage girls, Abby Williams and Liberty German,
all right,
had made last-minute plans to go to the Monon High Bridge.
In all aspects. This was probably due to... And then we hear Abby say, "Is that a gun?" He has a gun. It then ends with the infamous "Guys Down the Hill" quote. Then the video ends. What has happened since this video was released? Property, and you would need to turn around. Sadly, some of the girl's final moments would be captured on Libby's iPhone as she began recording at 2:13 p.m. This was probably due to the fact this guy was approaching at fast pace. Allegedly, I hear guys. I know people said they thought he was saying downhill. Did the same thing, and would too. This was probably due to the fact this guy was approaching at fast pace. Because eyes go is kind of, it's got that fluctuation kind of up, where girls is kind of more, guys is kind of more high pitched. Yeah, I think maybe that, I don't know if that was a typo or what. I mean, of course, we've heard that a million times. I think that's got to be some kind of miscommunication. But the story goes, for those that may not know, is that's Guys and Down the Hill are not in the same sentence. Allegedly, from what we've heard, because originally they had one of the family members, actually had a lot of the family members close to the girls go, I guess, to the police station or somewhere, and watch the video, and then a certain YouTuber, GH, did an unofficial interview, not with live, but he did an unofficial interview with her and got a kind of a transcript. And what he said is that apparently he says, "Hey guys," and I don't know why they left out "hey guys." If that is true, I would think you'd want all the words in there. But apparently he says, "Hey guys," and that's kind of like the first thing, and he's still coming closer, and then one of them responds kind of like, "Huh?" or "Mm?" And then that's when Abby says, "Oh my God, is that a gun? He's got a gun." And then you hear a gun cock, and that's why they left out cut. That's why it's cut, because they wanted to keep that cocking sound out, because they wanted to keep out the gun altogether. I would not be surprised if this video actually shows him actually brandishing the gun. I'm almost going to bet that before the video cuts away from him, the gun gets shown, in my opinion. I don't know. We'll see what happens. And then anyway, then the girls, at some point, I don't know if that's before he cocked the gun, but they were talking about which way to go. And then eventually, I guess he just catches up to him because obviously he's going pretty fast, and then is down the hill. And maybe he says something before down the hill that we can't hear, but that's kind of allegedly what happens. Yeah. Guys was kind of like at the beginning of the video, and apparently it's supposed to be like, hey guys, to get their attention. And, I'm sure still at that point, I'm sure they're still not thinking, the worst case scenario until poor Abby sees this gun. My God. These poor girls. If the voice match RA, then his wife should be able to confirm 100% or 10,000%. Yeah, but the only problem is the audio. Obviously, if he only says a few words, and one of the theories is that the video itself, the reason why it's so crappy is because I have this phone, because I went and tested the exact phone. I got the phone off eBay. I think it's iPhone 5S, I believe. One of the theories, at least I have, is the video, if it got sent to the cloud, a lot of times, because people are sending a lot of stuff to the cloud, and what happens is when videos get sent to the cloud, they'll compress them, right? So let's say this is a 1 gig video, even though that's a lot. Well, it's not that much, but a 1 gig video, and they cut it down to 1/4 of a gig, right, to save space. So they condense it, compress it. Well, a lot of times, especially back then, if you didn't select a certain feature on it from the iPhone, when you went to retrieve it from the cloud, if you didn't get it uncompressed and it was still in its compressed state, you would end up with something kind of like this, where it's crummy, it's crappy. So the audio is going to sound gritty, and I believe that's the case here. Now, I'm sure they probably improved it a bit since it's been 7 years, but I doubt, again, he's 50 feet away, so I'm sure they've had to zoom in. So we'll have to see. Again, that's just a theory of mine. But yeah. Yeah, that must have been just just a weird report with the girls. And again, thank you to everybody being in here. I'm trying to go both sides, even though for those that know me, I believe he's guilty. But it's not in my hands. It sounds like I think they've got a good group of responsible jurors that will do the right thing, watch the evidence, I still have not seen anything about those knives. I'm sorry. Has anybody seen that? I am dying to know if anybody has found where they were talking about the 2 knives. I am dying to see that. Okay, let's okay, what do we got? Okay, I'm just reading this real quick. Just proofreading it real quick. I'm still really surprised that they're going with the girls were taken somewhere else. I don't know. I wouldn't go with that. I mean, honestly, I would have gone with just Ron Logan. I mean, or Kagan. Well, Kagan Klein, he doesn't fit the but that tells me there's something with Ron Logan. They know. Again, he took a phone call at 2:09, and they were filmed at 2:13. So if his phone call is more than 4 minutes, it's impossible for him because you would have to see a guy on his phone talking. So, do we have Karen in here? Karen, if you're still in here, I don't know if you've seen the two blade thing. If anybody has, let me know. Yes, please be polite in chat. I know emotions are high. I'm trying to argue both sides a little bit. Again, I'm for the defense, for the prosecution, but we're gonna obviously look at everything on both sides. Let's see if they have any. Oh, they do have some new stuff here. Oh, okay. We got more stuff. A lot more stuff. Wow. Okay. All right, here we go. We got some more reading to do. Oh, was it, Penny? Okay, I will. All right, I'm going to read this, and then I wrote that down, Penny, and we'll go back to that. After lunch break, court resumed. Libby's grandmother, Becky Patty, was called to the stand. She describes Libby as very smart. Okay, we read this part, but this is different. We heard this part, though. Patty said that Libby had just turned 14. Okay, no, we've heard that. Okay, yeah, but this part's new. Patty told the jury that February 13th was a typical work day, but the school was out. Abby spent the night on Sunday. According to Patty, she told the girls if they filed some paperwork for her, she would pay them. Patty began to cry. Oh, God. Patty began to cry as she described Libby and Abby asking to go to the trails. She tells the jury the last thing Abby said to her was, "Grandma will be okay." She described Libby as wearing gray sweats and a tie-dye shirt with Nikes. Now we know that's what they allegedly thought, but she was wearing jeans, something else. She said Libby loved photography and loved the Monon Bridge. She said she always knew Libby was going where she said she would be. The prosecution asked Patty, was it a concern of yours to know what time Abby and Libby would be picked up from the trail? Patty responded, she always coordinated with us. She told the prosecution that she took the girls to the trail at 1:30. Patty told prosecutors that she herself had not been to the bridge, but all the kids had gone there to take photos. I didn't realize how high it was, she said. She said Libby was polite, but if you were out of line, she did not have a hard time telling you. That sounds like Libby. She also told jury that Libby loved crime shows and she had a great intuition. Patty told the juror at 3:30 that day Derek called to say that they had not heard from Libby and that they decided to start looking at the trails. Checked both directions they could have walked and didn't see them. They called AT&T and could not ping Libby's phone. She said Libby was scared of the dark and it was after 5 p.m. Yeah, so it got dark quick. By the time they're searching for him, it's pretty much dark. She felt like they needed to call the police. She tried to get a hold of Abby's mom, but was unable to. Patty told the jury her husband, Mike, called the police. Let me take a sip here, sorry guys. Patty told the jury that the search continued next morning, and a friend came up to her and said they found him. They found him. She told the friend, "You need me to take you need to take me to Libby." The defense asked Patty, "Did you provide DNA to the police 2 days ago?" "Oh, wow." Patty responded, "Yes, one of those times." Interesting. So, yeah, they already started taking DNA. The prosecution asked Patty, "Do you know if Libby had ever been exposed to handguns?" She responded, "I don't know. My husband has a few guns. He hunts. She had not been around handguns. Nobody in our house owned handguns." Interesting. So they've got DNA from Patty. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I got to say hello to Jocelyn. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for being here. Dream says someone said judge confiscated phones and some were kicked out. Wasn't sure how good the info was, but throwing it your way. Now we know reporters. I don't know if this is just the same thing, but that wouldn't surprise me too. Yeah, we know reporters. 4 reporters kicked out, and four or five cameras confiscated. Interesting. There's moon update or more update. I'm not sure. Moon update was a typo. Oh, thank you so much, Sensei. You are a legend. Thank you so much, Penny. I will. We'll kind of see. Chris, can you give your biggest points for why RA is the murderer? I'm just curious and haven't seen what you've said before. Give me a second when the game, and I just want to see if there's any more updates because obviously on lunch break. But I'll kind of give my take on it. But I appreciate you being in here, and it sounds like you're kind of maybe in the middle, and I totally respect that. Let's just see if there's anything else first, and I kind of want to hear this blade thing real quick too. Oh my gosh, that is loud.
For over 50 years, Daymar has been a critical
what ad's
resource
playing
for
now?
people with developmental and intellectual disabilities, including autism. A nonprofit founded by
It's on this
families
one.
for families, Daymar serves.
Get out of here. Okay. Gosh darn it. Which one was I on? Just see if there's anything that's different. I think I've actually read this one. Okay. That's all the same. That's all the same. Let me check my Reddit. This they've been really good at updating everything. That's interesting. Okay. Oh yeah. All right. I just want to see this court TV thing, and then I'll give my just a little 2 cents on why I think it's Richard Allen. Oh, why did I type in courtroom? I went to Court TV. Court TV Delphi murders. Okay, there's this one. Okay. I think you're talking about this one here. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to play this again because maybe I was talking or writing down something. So I'm going to play this one more time for you guys.
New things. What did we learn about the case in openings today?
Well, you know, the prosecutor, Nicholas McClellan, told jurors this morning that for the first time we get to hear the rest of the story, and he laid a lot of that out in his opening statement. He took only 15 minutes to deliver that. He says the last face that Abby and Libby saw before their throats were cut was the face of Richard Allen. He says that they have a witness who in 2019 told them that she saw a man wearing a blue jacket walking on the road back to where they believe Richard Allen parked his car that day, and that he was muddy and bloody and looked like he had slaughtered a pig. Now, the defense had 1 hour to deliver their opening statement today, and that was delivered by Andrew Baldwin. And he said that same witness who described the muddy and bloody man in 2017, right after the murders happened, said the man had been wearing a tan jacket and was only muddy. The defense is going to be attacking the timeline. They say the timeline does not match Richard Allen's movements that day, and they say that there is evidence that his car was gone from that parking lot by 2:15 p.m. And of course, the abduction of the girls, as evidenced by that video on Libby's phone, happened at 2:13 p.m. So that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. We also found out today that there were 2 different weapons used in the murders of these 2 girls. One a serrated edge, one was not. Michael and Ted?
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I must have been reading chat or something with that. Very interesting. Okay, 2 blades. I want to talk about how Alan's supposed to be there from noon to 1:30, yet he's leaving at 2:15. Like, that's almost another hour he's there. Like, what? I mean, get your story straight. Like, what? That's another issue. And I guarantee, because when he probably told him, I was there from noon to 1:30, even though he originally said 1:30 to 3:30, and that's where I'll talk about how that just, when he said that originally, which I think he was telling the truth then, it just, everything lines up. But anyway, let's finish listening to this real quick. If there's anything else, real quick here.
Okay, and then we heard about the hair the other day as well. Yes. We are learning more.
And we've got a little bit more detail about that hair as well, is that it does come from a female, and according to the defense, that hair was never tested against any of Abby or Libby's relatives or friends. You know, the girls were wearing borrowed sweatshirts that day. Libby had on her own, but Abby was wearing one that had belonged to Kelsey. She has long blonde hair. It is perhaps Kelsey's hair from that jacket, but it was never tested, and the defense says that's a problem. They say the state is now scrambling to get that testing done.
Those sketches, the defense wants to bring them in to say, hey, these sketches don't look like this guy. What did the judge say about that?
The judge agreed with the state, and they will not be coming in. The state called those investigative tools and said they did not lead to the identification or arrest of Richard Allen and therefore are irrelevant. And the judge agreed with that, so they will not be entered into evidence. We do know that there are some witnesses already being called by the state. The first one's up, Becky Patty, Libby's custodial grandmother, Derek German, Libby's father, who was to pick the girls up that day and was the first first to discover that they were missing, and Kelsey German Siebert, the sister of Libby, who of course dropped the girls off at the trails that day.
The neighbors have been cutting the grass, but we're going to edge it up, make it look... Oh, hey! Hey, who is you?
Yeah, get that grass cut, guys. I always love Facebook because it always cuts to some random video right after. I did this once. We were playing a video, with true crime. And then right after, it went to some massaging video. And it didn't look good. You know what I mean? Obviously, there was no nudity or anything, but it didn't look good. I don't know if anybody remembers that. That was, oh my gosh, that was almost like a year ago. But, oh, how embarrassing. Like, because I was doing something, I was either checking the chat or something. And so it played for a little bit. And I cut to look over, and, anyway, oh God. Oh, just so random. It just goes to this random massage video right after we're watching some kind of news clip from it. Oh, jeez. Anyway. Yeah, they definitely... Yeah, I'm really blown away that they didn't test that. I am really just blown away. Like... Oh, uh-oh, what did I do? Oh, there we go. I might have to turn down my heat. I have my heat on, but I think it's getting warmer outside. My heat keeps kicking on. Okay. Should we just kind of look at... Let me just check for any more updates, and then I'll kind of play why... I think just everything kind of fits together with how Richard Allen originally stated. There's Yellow Jacket. So it sounds like the next witnesses... Now, let me know, Chad. Is this how I felt like they were going? It was going to be Becky, Patty, Derek German, and then Kelsey? Is that how it sounded like the witnesses... That was the next upcoming witnesses. Does that sound like what how she was kind of describing when she mentioned them? And they would be up next after Becky, Patty. I mean, that would make sense. Get the family, get the beginning of the timeline going. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to turn my heat down. I'm gonna turn into a pool of sweat here in a minute. Okay. I'm just gonna play just a little bit. I know I've played this for those that have been here, I played this a lot, but those that may have not seen it, and I'll kind of break it down, but this is the timeline. Now this is, if you put Richard Allen, how he originally stated, he was there at 1:30 to 3:30. He went to a conservation officer, I believe, the next day. And this was before they had shown the picture of the bridge guy. So he told them that he was wearing blue jeans and a blue jacket, and that he ran into three witnesses, three juvenile girls, even kind of described their hair and their height. And where he saw them, I doubt Dan Dillon's going to make up that kind of all those minute details, right? So, here is the timeline as we know it. So originally 1:30 to 3:30. Crime happened at 2:13. Now he would change his timeline to noon to 1:30, but now it seems like it's changed again because he's leaving at 2:15, which we're going to have to talk about that because I don't even know how the hell that's going to play.
Is the road the killer likely took
So
just
I'm going to
before
quickly
parking at an
put this full
abandoned
screen so
building
I can go turn
known as
off
the
my heat before I
CPS
die.
building? There is a working camera on this building here. According to the PCA, it shows a black Ford Focus passing by at 1:27 p.m. Allegedly, this would be Richard Allen.
Yeah, there's some no sound. I usually sorry guys. I usually
From
narrate
here,
this.
The killer parked his car in an unusual manner, which would catch the attention of other witnesses.
Okay, sorry about that. All right. So, I'm just going to narrate this. So, this would be the killer and or Richard Allen. So, again, there's going to be claims. Obviously, from the geofence, there's going to be no data from Richard Allen. Obviously, if there was, they would have put that in the defense's frank motion. I'm sure it would have been everywhere highlighted. Hey, he's at this store at this time. I think they have a time period in the geofence from like noon to like 6 or noon to 5, something like that. But obviously they could not go back and get Richard Allen's original phone and get the phone records because, you know, it had already been 5 years and, you know, certain phone carriers only carry that data for so many years. So obviously they couldn't go back and get that. So that's the old CPS building. That's where the killer parked. He allegedly parked and actually kind of backed in right here to kind of conceal his vehicle, which makes sense because you would have had this brush. Now, I'll talk about that later, but now this is kind of what it looks like. The building's gone now. This is, you know, years later. The building would have been, you know, right there. But the killer would have probably parked kind of right where you're looking at. Probably in this like grab. So you can kind of see how high the brush would have been. But then the killer would exit the car. There's this kind of trail. Almost looks like a road right here. People have driven on for some reason. Maybe tractors or whatever. Because there's a lot of farming in this, obviously, in this community. As we continue forward. After parking, it would be, I'd probably take, somewhere 5 minutes to walk, after parking and walking there. These 4 witnesses are huge because they were there, they got there at like noon.
These 4 witnesses, which included 2 sisters, would pass somebody near the Freedom Bridge entrance. Coincidentally enough, Allen's original timeline he gave to Dan Doolin lines up almost perfectly for when the 4 witnesses and Allen would cross paths. Allen would even claim he ran into multiple females when arriving to the Freedom Bridge.
So this is a look at the Freedom Bridge. Now, I originally thought when they said they were the witnesses themselves, I originally thought they were taking a picture of one of these benches, actually the bench that's kind of behind us, but it's actually the bench it's basically at the Freedom Bridge. It's just a little bit back. I'll show it here in a minute. But there was 4 of them there. And we just learned today that even though there's 4, it sounds like we're only going to hear from 3, which is really weird because one of them, the youngest one, from my understanding, literally said he looked very short and he looked like Jimmy Duvall. And we'll show what Jimmy Duvall looks like. But they would, obviously, he would pass them. One would try to say hi to him, but he didn't say anything back. He had his head down, according to them, he had his head down, walking with a purpose, did not respond, because one tried to say hi. And in his own words, Mr. Allen said, I'm here from 1:30 to 3:30. He parked at the CPS building. While at the Freedom Bridge, he saw 3 females. Now, we know that there was 4, but, maybe he just said 3, or maybe he just didn't see the other one. He even gave a description of them. One had brown or black hair. One was shorter than the other. And then that cooperates with their timeline. So this timeline so far, everything, all the little puzzle pieces, they fit. And then even what they said he did not speak to them. According to Allen, he did not speak to them. And that's the same thing they said. They said they tried to respond. He didn't speak to them. So again, you've got little minute details that line up with each other, the witness and this suspect, or Richard Allen. This is one of the witnesses. I think this is Brianna Wilbur. She is also good friends with Kelsey German. And this is apparently one of the sketches that they had. So this is kind of what he looked like, apparently. So I think he had a brown beanie on, or a stocking cap. And then he had clearly something covering his mouth, which could be this thing here. Could be like a scarf that he had. One of them describes him as not being very tall. And one of them even described him looking like Jimmy Duvall, which is this guy right here, which is, to me, is huge because, I mean, look at it. I mean, it's pretty damn close, in my opinion. So then we continue on. And obviously the suspect would obviously continue on the trails. The girls, the 4 juveniles, would have left. And then we have Betsy Blair, who also sees the girls crossing the Freedom Bridge here, or not the Freedom Bridge, but this other bridge here, as she's coming on the country road, or 300 North, which it'll turn into. Now, Betsy Blair is going to probably be probably a bigger witness for the defense. When she left, now she claimed she was returning to the trails to finish her walk, so that's kind of interesting. She said when she left, she saw what looked like to be a Mercury comet. She said Ford comet, but it would have been a Mercury. And she even gave a side profile of it. Obviously, that looks nothing like Richard Allen's Black Ford Focus. But keep in mind, there would be 2 other witnesses, one before her and one after, who both say they saw like a smaller, like PT Cruiser or smart car. So to me, that kind of nullifies her Mercury comment, because there's a car before and after that are more closer to a car similar to Richard Allen's. Then we have Betsy Blair, who would be arriving. The killer would then obviously be kind of approaching the bridge at this point.
Shortly later, Kelsey German would arrive at the same Mears parking lot. She would drop off the 2 victims, Libby and Abby. So now you have the alleged suspect, Allen, at the bridge, standing on platform 1, Betsy, who is walking on the trails up to the bridge, and the 2 victims approaching the trails. Subside's final moment thing, and would too, past the 2 victims.
So, oops, I kind of went a little too fast there. So Richard Allen says he went to platform 1. Now we have Betsy Blair, who would approach him. Now she said she saw a younger guy, obviously with brown, poofy, curly hair, boyish looking. He was in his in his 20s or early 30s. no facial hair that she can remember. This is the one that says she claims this is a 10 of a 10. I think, this is my theory, and this kind of goes along with Jennifer, so I have to shout out to her, because she thought maybe he had his hood up, maybe that was the brown hoodie up, and maybe she thought that brown poofy hair was a hoodie. I think he had a brown cap on, a brown beanie, and that's where the brown poofy hair comes from. That's just my opinion, of course. And then, as we said earlier, this Betsy clearly is a lady that's familiar with this trail, probably goes there a lot to do walks, and knows that this is like a teenage hangout, and that, you know, it's popular for the teenagers to cross the bridge because, you know, it's just what teenagers do. So I would think in her mind, she's thinking, well, here's this person on the bridge. He's 50 feet away. And maybe with the beanie on, allegedly, that maybe she just thought it was a younger teenage person, because that's usually who's on these bridges. Not to say that that's all that's on that crosses those bridges, but you know, it's known that this is a teenage hangout. So I just kind of think maybe she was just kind of thought, oh, this is probably a teenager, brown poofy hair, young. I don't know. I'm assuming, you know, maybe retired. You know, I don't want to put out an age or anything. But here's the other thing is, Alan says he's on the first platform. There's 6 platforms. And she also sees somebody on that first platform. So, again, you got another little piece of the puzzle where
after seeing the suspect, Betsy would then turn around and start heading back to her car. She would also pass the 2 victims, Abby and Libby. From here, it's believed the suspect did the same thing and would too pass the 2 victims. It's believed that this is when the suspect saw an opportunity, as he knew that no one else was on the bridge and no one behind him. For those that are not familiar with this case, should know that at the end of the bridge is private property, and you would need to turn around.
And that's a huge piece of the puzzle. This person, whoever did this, knew this area. And for those that are local, said that not a lot of people knew about this place unless you were local to this area. It was kind of like, I wouldn't say a secret hangout, but it was a place that usually just kind of like the locals knew. And it for this person to know that these girls, because obviously if this was like the first time being there, you have no idea that this bridge ends and it's private property, even though you could still continue, but you could be going on private property. Once you get to the end of the bridge, you know, unless you're going to trespass on private property, which it's happened many times. So, you know, these people that live out there, you know, I'm sure, I think Abby and Libby have done it before, and they've been known to kind of trespass, and so, you know, they've gotten in trouble, or other teens. And so usually you go to the end of the bridge and then you come back. And so the killer likely knew that, which means he had to have been a local and had to have frequented this trail before.
Sadly, some of the girl's final moments would be captured on Libby's iPhone as she began recording at 2:13 p.m. This was probably due to the fact this guy was approaching at fast pace.
And then, you know, the rest is history.
Allegedly, a new rumor has it that the recording of the bridge guy was taken while the iPhone was upside down.
So, yeah, Brutally Honest says he stated he was there from noon to 1:30. So we'll look at how that fits. I showed it earlier today, but I'll show it one more time. It's really quick. The defense will prove Alan wasn't there. Oh, wait, let me read this again. He stated that he was there from noon to 1:30. Definitely not at 2:15. Yeah, I don't know. This is going to be really weird. Like, what time was he there from? Like, why do we keep changing his timeline? That, to me, that just seems sus. But keep believing every officer right, yet they all seem to lose evidence. I don't know. It's weird. So
ISP even went to NASA.
it's really terrible though, because there was a lot of people there. Just sadly, there was just minute window that this killer happened to find. And it's terrible to think about. But sadly, these girls were likely dead in 19 minutes because Libby's phone wasn't moving anymore at 2:32. And the prosecution came out recently and said there was an interruption. So that'll be interesting to find out what the hell the interruption was.
Would be on the trail now.
And these are all the people,
or at least Libby. The killer would spend almost another hour with the two victims, likely covering up his crime and tracks.
Look at all these people that are there, and these are the ones that we just know about. Like, we have I forget his name, but we have Cheyenne who went there to the bridge. We have that kid and possibly his girlfriend there, and they were supposedly at the end of the bridge at around like 3:13. Then we have Dave or Dan McCain, one of the two, who was known as Flannel Shirt Guy, and he'd be walking back, and this is when Derek German, the father, would be arriving to pick them up, and they were supposed to meet him at the Mears parking lot, but they're not there, so he gets out.
Meanwhile, many others would be on the trail that day,
and he would ask, I believe it's Dan. There's been conflicting reports, but these are two older gentlemen that kind of are historians and stuff like that. But anyway, he would tell Derek that because, he had just came from that 501 trail, he said, no, I didn't see anybody. So unfortunately, Derek takes
but
the
sadly had no
other
idea
trail.
What was going on. Derek German Libby's father arrived to pick them up. They were not at the meeting spot, so he went to look for them, but ended up going down a different trail.
Think about carrying bodies, right? Just look at this for a second, right? The defense is claiming that, so yeah, there would have to be at least two people carrying dead weight bodies. The closest you could get would be the cemetery to park, or you would go on the private drive and then you're going to carry them across the creek. Either one sounds ridiculous. You're going to go down, and guaranteed there was fire trucks that night, and people there, even though they had called off the search at some point and resumed early that morning. You had to know there were still like officer cars and probably fire trucks lined up, kind of around this area. And people, a group of people are going to drive, and either it'd have to be the cemetery or this private drive, and then you're going to stumble down the hill with two bodies. And this way too, either one, you're going down a steep embankment. It doesn't make sense. Maybe throughout the day, that maybe like throughout the entire day there was 80 people, but there wasn't 80 people at one point. I highly doubt that, but there could have been 80 people like through the entire day. That's certainly possible. So let's just look at, and then we'll check out for updates, guys. And I appreciate everybody in here. I'm gonna read some chat here in a second. So there's Richard Allen. We see him a lot of times with the beanie. That's why I think he was likely wearing a beanie or a stocking cap that day. Okay. So let's just quickly look at, I know I showed this earlier, but we got a lot more people. Let's just look at if Alan got there at noon to 1:30 and how it's a huge, it just doesn't work, right? Because we have this linear path, right? It's not a complex case. I mean, it's a complex case, but the timeline up to where they get abducted, it's a linear path that all these people are on, right? For the most part, it's one linear path, right? And we have these timestamps with metadata. And it's all thanks to these girls here, these juvenile witnesses, who got there sometime before noon or around noon. And at certain points, they took pictures, so we have metadata, so we know at certain times they were there. To the areas, we know that they were at the bridge at 2:43. They were likely there 15 to 17 minutes at the bridge, and then they walked back from where they just came, approximately. And we know that this path from this area to the bridge is about 25 minutes. You know, obviously it kind of depends, but that's like the average walk time, 20 to 25. And so we have these two timestamps, right? Okay, so if we rewind these girls, we're just going to rewind their trip, right? So we're assuming Alan parked at the CPS building, or it could have been this one. I guess it doesn't really matter, but he gets there at noon, right? So this is what it would look like, because we kind of know how long it would take to walk from point A to point B. It's about 20 to 25 minutes. So you would have these girls and Alan almost on top of each other, more or less, either in front of or behind. And no matter what, they would both end up at the bridge. And we know the girls, they snapped a photo of the bridge. So if Alan was there at noon, we would see Richard Allen on the bridge, you know, checking out the fish and stuff. But there's no mention of that. It's almost like these girls are like bodyguards, security guards, walking back, and their shifts from like noon to 1:30, right? And the only time they saw somebody was at 1:26. And then if Richard Allen left at 1:30, and if he still claims that he parked at the CPS building, then, well, there's a huge issue with that, because we know that the killer came at 1:30. And so Richard Allen would have ran into Bridge Guy. So that's the issue with the noon to 1:30. These girls would have seen him. They would have ran into each other at the bridge and crossed paths probably multiple times. And it just doesn't work. I think that's why they're now trying to say 2:15, which I don't know what the hell, how they're going to go with that. Jessica, good golly, what an opening day. Yeah. So yeah, that's just my opinion on stuff. Again, that's not a fact, but that's just, again, just breaking down kind of a logical sense of accurate information that we have with these girls. Again, it's almost like they're like security for that linear path from noon to 1:30, and the only time they ever see somebody is at 1:26. So anywho, oh, no worry, Jocelyn. Thank you so much for coming in. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. I'll be back on tomorrow. Just looking at chat here. Let's see if there's any more updates. So we had, last thing we knew, we had Becky testifying, and then it sounds like Derek German's up next. Okay, we still have Betsy. What time is it? So it's 1 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock there. So they go until 6 p.m. So I think they still got 3 more hours to go. Make sure I didn't miss anything in chat here. Shout out to Cecil, Leslie, Sensei, and Geneva. Thank you guys so much for the support. It really helps this channel out. We're trying to give all the information that comes out. Defense, prosecution. Obviously, right now it's prosecution. So, oh, they got an exhibit. It's from JLR. Let's see what we got here. Oh, what do you guys got? What do you guys got?
Lunch break.
Let's. I'm gonna go full view for a second, guys. Let's see what they got.
Here they are again. That's the defense. What's going on here? What is that? It's something on there. What is that? Something overview, it says. Something overview. Something overview. Looks like a map. The defense with a map. They probably walking past here on purpose. Why are they going through the front? The bridge map. The bridge map. Lunch break. Here they are again. That's the defense. What's going on here? What is that?
Yeah, maybe.
What is that?
Yeah, maybe we'll add Sensei for a minute, just to help. If you want to help out, give me just just a second. Where? Where is my? Trying to find my live here. Oh, here we go. All right, yeah, since I'll just add you for right now. Anyway, okay. Jilly Bean! Hey, Chris, I am a lurker, don't chat much. I just want to say how much I love your channel and content. You do great work. I just want you to know that I appreciate all the content you bring us. Thank you so much, Jilly Bean. It means the world to me. I do take, I love putting visuals together for everybody to, help make more sense. That's just kind of the person I am. And that means the world to me. Thank you so much, Jilly. Sounds like we're going to kind of have a period where it's going to be quiet for a minute. Let's see. Delphi murders. Defense insists suspect in murder confessed due to mental health crisis as trial starts. Of course, again, in my opinion, it doesn't matter how. If he admits to something that only the killer should know, I think it doesn't matter how. We know he wasn't abused by the guards. He had issues with the lighting, and of course the other prisoners were heckling him. I mean, that's what you get when you're accused for what you're accused of. But, there was no odious guards, forcing him to confess. He's on the phone with his mother. I'm sure there's going to be video recording. There's nobody going to be with a gun to his head, telling him things to say.
Delphi, Indiana, double murder trial.
Joni is live for us with a preview. Joni.
Good morning.
Joni.
There's been a line outside the courthouse for this first day of trial because in opening statements, it's like a shortened version of how all this is going to go. The prosecution saying they have all this evidence and the defense saying why this client is not guilty in one of the highest profile cases in the state of Indiana. It took 5 years for authorities to arrest Richard Allen for the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German in Delphi, Indiana. Allen worked and lived in the same Delphi community where the crimes occurred and stayed off their radar since the 2017 discovery of the girls' bodies. Those girls had gone for a hike. They were found the next day. The deaths traumatized the community of Delphi. 2 years after Allen's arrest, this trial is finally getting underway. He reportedly confessed many times, but defense attorneys say he is too unstable to be believed about those confessions. Now, the jury was selected in another county in
That's okay, Jennifer.
my previous report. That trial moves back to Carroll County. That's the Delphi community. The judge not allowing cameras or any kind of devices, so reporters are going to have to rely on written notes, and the jury is going to be sequestered the entire time until it's over, which is expected to be in mid-November. Reporting live, I'm Joni Lum. Back to you.
Joni, thank you. Some breaking news to get to right now.
Oh, breaking news, but we're going to... Maybe it was something else, not Delphi related. Okay. All right. I want out. Let me out. Okay. I got to reset my phone. My phone's acting weird. I saw you messaged me, Jennifer, and I don't know why I didn't get the message. I really need a new phone. Like this phone is terrible. That's so weird. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Sensei, coming in and helping out. Miranda Lee, good to see you. Starting to panic. Uh-oh. Alan says he had layers of clothes on and they were in the water at some point. Yeah. Okay, let's... so if you missed anything, we've got Becky on the stand. I'm assuming if the defense has already kind of cross-examined her, I'm assuming... Probably now somebody else is on the stand. We still have 3 hours to go. And from what I understand, I think Derek German and Kelsey are going to be up next or are already going right now. So there might be kind of a little bit of a pause before we get any more information. So we could go over all the highlights real quick. Let me just refresh these ones real quick, see if there's anything else. Nothing on that one. State's first witness. Okay, after a 25-minute break. Yep, we heard that. Okay. So a little less, I mean, there's still been some slight bombshells, but I'll be honest, I'm a little disappointed. I thought there was going to be more with the prosecution, sharing certain things. So we'll have to see what happens, because I thought there was going to be some stuff that we hadn't heard before. I'm sure there's going to be at some point, but I was just kind of anticipating something in that opening statement that they were going to talk about. But I do respect everybody that's in here supporting this channel. It means the world to me. It really does. Oh, there's so many. I forgot Quentin's going on and Sarah Boone. I knew Sarah Boone was going on. Yeah, that's a lot to keep track of. Rowing now says, how many singular cars are we to believe were parked back up against the CPS building that day within a short time frame in a way where it was so out of the ordinary that people took notice? And yeah, exactly what you say is
teenage girls
out of the
Abby
ordinary
Williams
is
and
probably
Liberty
the
German had made last-minute plans
the best
to go
word to
the
use.
Monon High
Let me
Bridge, which was supposed to be a teenage hangout with a historic.
So, one of the things I realized, and I had to go through all, because there was multiple versions of the PCA, it's kind of weird. Let me just see if I can find it here. So one of the things I noticed, right, is, of course, you had multiple witnesses coming and going on this country road here, right? So let me just get a better idea, right? So give me just a second here, and I'll kind of explain this, because this is something that kind of caught my attention as well. So here's where the old CPS building was, right? I'm going to move your comment for a second so people can see. And so there was people coming this way and coming this way, obviously. So we'll just say north and south, right? North and south. And I noticed that most of them, not all of them, but most of them had actually come north and south, right, at some point. So they arrived and then they left. And what I noticed was that all of them only mentioned when they were leaving, which means that they were going north, west or north, is when they had seen a car. So that tells me that this car was definitely backed in a way that you could only see it really when you were going north, right? So that means they had definitely parked in between those bushes there, right? It's not there. I change this. I can't change it from up here. What's going on? Anyway, it's not a big deal. Where the hell are we? Boy, God, you can barely. Oh, there it is. Okay, so we'll just say that's the spot, even though it was really kind of right here. But the car was backed up in like this, so you had like the shrubs, kind of the bushes, kind of blocking it. So they could really only they could only notice it when they were coming this way, because they would obviously get that view of the vehicle. And so that's why I think they thought it was one of them said, so this is the time frames, right? The first one was at 2:10. He was leaving, one of the male witnesses. He claimed a PT Cruiser or a small SUV, and I think he even said possibly purple, right? He said similar to. He didn't say I saw a PT Cruiser. He just said similar to. And it was backed in. He even said backed in, right? So there's the PT Cruiser. Sorry, a loud truck's coming by. Then we have Betsy Blair. She goes on the trail. She leaves. At 2:15, she sees another car. She claims backed in, but it's a Ford Comet. But she says she can give a side profile of it. I don't think it was backed in the way that we think. I think it was sitting like this. And the reason why she could give a side profile is she was coming this way and could see a good bit of it, right? So I think it was somebody that just happened to park there, maybe was turning around or whatever. And then we have at 2:28 a guy that says he believes he saw something similar to a dark smart car. And if we look down here, there's a picture of Richard Allen's black Ford Focus. I'm sorry for those that are on the phone. As you can see, that particular Focus, it looks like a small SUV. It's got the hatchback to it. So I think they couldn't see the whole length of the car and probably thought it was, and really just kind of saw the front of it and thought it was short and probably thought it was a short car. So that's just my thoughts on that. Oh, thank you so much, Glam Van. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah. I mean, of course. Yeah, that would really stick out. A Mercury Comet, of course. And I'm sure she probably saw it. I'm sure, it probably just somebody turning around, or maybe parked there for a minute. But we know that at 2:28, so 13 minutes later, somebody sees a similar shorter car.
Richard, working, Richard.
I was just going to kind of show, so you can kind of see the angle as they would be coming around there. Oh, let me move this over a little bit.
From here, the killer parked his car in unusual
So,
manner,
unfortunately,
when
this guy did it, the
witnesses.
building was gone in the brushes. But, you could see how kind of high it is. I know it's a little dark right there, but it would have been kind of backed in like this, somewhere about here. And so you could see why they would see it coming this way. But if, you would have the building and then the brush. So if you were coming southeast, you wouldn't see it. And again, all three witnesses, all except for one, came and left. I think the last one was just a guy that was just passing by. So, yeah. I just heard a chime. Whoever that was, I think that was a subscriber. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. All the support means the world to me. We're trying to give all the information. Don't matter either side, but right now we have allegedly Becky on the stand. I'm sure she probably finished up by now, and maybe Derek or Kelsey maybe on the stand now. Seems like it's kind of going quick, in my opinion. $141. Okay, yeah, it's still the same thing. No other updates that we know of. So we have the 2 knives we learned about. So some of the big things we learned that there was. Let me just write everything down. We have the 2 knives. One serrated, one not. Which I think that's huge because we heard that allegedly Richard Allen confessed to using a box cutter. If that is true, because I always thought that was an issue because allegedly, for those that are not as familiar with this case, originally Libby, let me just pull this up here. See, where do I have it? I think it's back here a little bit. Apologies. Let me just find where I got it here. Here we go. Okay. So originally, let me take a sip of the drink here. I'll try to just be very respectful here, but you know, it's the time to. We are covering the case now. Libby was originally thought that she almost was decapitated. That was kind of like the rumor. But I think we're going to find out. Rumor has it now that it was not as bad as originally thought. Her wounds. And her trachea allegedly, this is still allegedly, so just right for now, is that she had her trachea was still intact, right? So that was not as bad because originally they said she was nearly decapitated. You know, it sounded horrifying. Still, they experienced the worst thing ever. I feel so bad. But what they said is with Libby, she had 2 cuts to one side and 1 cut to the other. Obviously, both devastating. They, you know, cut arteries. But I'm assuming if that was the box cutter, that would make sense. Because I could see, because I've used a box cutter. I worked at Albertsons, and I was a dairy manager for like 7 years. And the main tool I used was a box cutter. And of course, box cutters are very sharp, but they're very flimsy. They're not very sturdy, strong, right? They could break, they snap very easily if you've got friction going. You know, if you got friction going any other way than the way you're cutting, you can snap them very easily. So, so I could see that a box cutter doing that, but then they said Abby here was just stabbed 1 time in the neck, which, yeah, you could stab somebody in the neck with a box cutter, but I think that's where the serrated comes in. I'm just guessing. I don't know. Obviously, we'll find out. But again, just going back to the box cutter, if that is true, and that was confessed by Allen, no one would have ever guessed that a box cutter was used. And when I worked at Albertsons, because they had tons of these box cutters, and that was my main tool that I used, I would take many home with me, right? And after working for many years at the same place using the same tool, I had box cutters at home. I had box cutters sitting in my car. You know, I had tons of box cutters. Just because, you know, every once in a while I would take them home. You know, not on purpose to steal them. It's just, you know, I'd be working and then leave and realize, because I didn't have these ones. I actually had the really thin ones. God, they were the best. They were so perfect. Just light and easy to use. And then they came out with these bulky ones I hate. But anyway, so if that's true, That would not surprise me because I would think he would have tons of box cutters because apparently he worked there for many, many years. For those that don't know, they keep misquoting Richard Allen as being a pharmacist. He did not work in the pharmacy. He had a pharmacy tech license because he had to get that because he was a shift supervisor. And that means you would have to either change out the till from the pharmacy area. And to be able to get into the pharmacy area, you had a pharmacy tech license. He did not work as a pharmacist. You can almost corroborate that with when he helped get the photographs for the funeral for the girls. I can tell you that's a job that a pharmacist would not do. They don't work helping get photos. Pharmacists are locked in their own little area, and that's where they stay. So I just want to point that out because they still keep mentioning he's a pharmacy tech. And the reason why is if you look up Richard Allen's background, it'll show that he got his pharmacy tech license, and he has to get it every 2 years. I guess it's only good for 2 years. And it's on the even years. So in 2014, 2016, when was he arrested? Yeah, so it was 14, 16, whatever, 2018. He had those. Wasn't it stated at some point that Abby also had a wound to her chest? God, I do remember that, Sensei. You are right. I do recall that. But yeah, you're right. I remember hearing that rumor. Cat H, welcome. Thank you so much for becoming a member and supporting this channel. You are a legend. Feisty Mama says, I was a dairy manager too. I loved it. It was a great job. You just had your own little area, and yeah, it was great. Here's a look at the crime scene. Obviously nothing graphic, just what it looks like out there. You know, it's such a shame because it's got such beauty to it, but you know, because of what happened, it's just tragic to see this at the same time. For those that don't know, as we come up here on the left, where it starts to become yellow, probably where this tree is where they would have crossed. See these trees that are sticking way over? They would have crossed kind of where this sand, I guess you'd call it a sandbar, where these sandbars are at. They would have crossed. Now the creek would have been higher than it was as it is now. But this is the area that they would have been found in, right in here. So they would have crossed over. The question is this where they got interrupted? That's the other one of the big things is they got interrupted. Another thing in the opening statements is that this was supposedly sexually motivated, which I don't think would surprise anybody. Oh, thank you so much, Kat. That was very sweet. Yeah, it is. It is pretty wide. Obviously, you know, it's Deer Creek, much lower than it is that it was. I'm not sure. I think this is 2012, so that would be 5 years later. So a lot's changed, but this would have what it would have looked like then. And this is why I agree that the jury would just, because again, the jury would, I can't see how the jury would be able to, I'm sure they could see the bridge, you know, they could take him to the bridge, but to be able to take him to the crime scene, no matter which way you go, you have this big steep embankment that you've got to go down. on Ron Logan's side, and there's just they would have to build like stairs or something. I think it's just too dangerous for them to be able to have them come out and see it, and it wouldn't look the same because. So now obviously the leaves would be probably changing now, but God, look at this scary bridge. I can't believe these guys did this. I've done some crazy stuff, but man, I hate heights, and I would have to crawl my way across. God, look at those gaps in there. But notice how much different it looks during like the summertime, spring, summer. So much full. The trees are obviously full. So it looks so much different, and I don't think you could really, even the bridge itself. I mean, it's totally different. So I don't know how much help it would be for them to be going out there. Oh, God bless you, Gilherd. Thank you to everybody being in here. It seems like most people, I think, yeah, most of you guys have been respectful. I appreciate that. I know tensions are high, but I do appreciate you guys hanging out. Courtney says RA did not leave that trail at 1:30 that day. Eyewitnesses saw him later. I don't know about eyewitnesses saw him. I don't know what time as far as defense, I don't know what they're claiming now. Now they're saying he's leaving at 2:15. I don't know what his alibi is now. I'm so confused. It makes no sense. And again, he said he's there on his phone watching the stock ticker, but the geofence is going to show there's no phone records of him. So this is, if you were to go down one of the hills, there's one more hill. There's two hills. This is under the bridge. Obviously, this is so much different than what it would look like, but I just want to show how steep these hills are. Let's see. I think I need to go back. Oh, right here. Yeah. God, look how steep that is. Barbara McDonald, I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard of her. She said she had to slide on her butt down this one. Yeah, so you can see why there's just no way that jury could go there. I mean, they'd have to build special ramps and stuff. And that's just one hill. That leads to the private driveway, and then there would be a second one, which is just as steep. And then you would have the creek. That's so beautiful at the same time. It's so terrible. Let's see what's going on. See if we have any updates. It's 1:30. Thank you, the mods that have been in here. I appreciate you guys. This is a day that I've been waiting for a long, long time. Long before Richard Allen was arrested, everybody was kind of more on the same, more cohesive and together, just trying to figure it out and share theories. And now, of course, after the arrest of Richard Allen, it's been very divided. Very heated stuff has happened. So still nothing right now. Meep says he was definitely on a mission. Yeah, and just think about the timing. No matter wherever you stand on this, just think of the timing. These poor girls. They get there at 1:30, or no, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of a different time frame. They get there at basically 1:50, 2 o'clock. Well, I think like 1:50. At 2:13, they have a gun pulled on them. I mean, they're not even there for more than half an hour, and it's, and within an hour, they're gone. Most likely. It's so disturbing to think about. Just terrible. Sorry, I meant to pull up here. Oh, what do we got here? That's what I knew. Richard Allen's trial in Delphi Murders That's what I knew. Richard Allen's trial in Delphi Murders has family testimony. Okay, that's a weird quote. Does it say anything? No. Okay. Probably just going to give me a copyrighted song. Okay. Okay, this is... All right, I'm going to read this because this is... Remember, we're getting... we don't have any transcripts, so we're getting like... people's, notes on what they said. So this is interesting. This is more or less the same from Libby's grandmother, but it looks like there's a few other words that are different, or a little bit more tidbits. So let's just see. What this version says. February 13th, Libby asked if they could go out and do something. Patty testified. The weather was very warm. She and her best friend Abby were out of school. The last thing she said to me is, Grandma will be okay. As she recalled, the teens left to go hike for the Monon Bridge. She wasn't worried, Patty said. Libby had been to the trail before. It was a safe place to go in 2017. Excuse me. But by 3:30 p.m., the girls were nowhere to be found. Libby was not answering her phone, which was unlike her, Patty testified. I knew we needed to go to the trails to look for him, she said. The family called the police as night approached. Patty said that they were at the police station until after midnight, and then they went back to the trails to keep looking. So again, see, that just shows that there was probably people there all night. Even though they called off the search, guaranteed there was people there. And this is where I just don't see why the defense is going to go with the girls were taken and brought back sometime in that morning on Tuesday. The logic doesn't... It don't make sense. She continues, I kept calling, and calling, Patty said as she cried on the sand. Then went home. Went out again the next morning. They searched nearby fields where the girls would have been if they had tried to walk home. As they were walking back to the car, they found out the girls had been found. You need to take me, Patty told the friend. She testified, you need to take me. She recalled not understanding why the friend refused to take them to where the girls were found. As she waited, she saw the coroner's truck driving by. That's when I knew, she said, they weren't alive. Oh, that is tough. So, a little bit more or less the same, but a little bit more stuff about the calls and stuff like that. That's so heartbreaking. Let's see. What do we got here? Love to Hunt says, I think Judge Cole is doing a fine job. The male judge that had the case first left so fast, our head spun. Yeah, he got out of there. Judge Diener? Diener? I think, is that what it was? Yeah, he was gone. The bloodlust from the public. Oh, God, the bloodlust. Yeah, I think he was a little dramatic. I think that's why they had to bring in somebody like Judge Cole. Again, I think she's a I want to say necessary evil is probably not the right word, but she's somebody that they need in there, really. But yeah, again, I'm not a big fan of hers. I believe in transparency. Oh, your button came back. Oh, good. Yeah, you gotta love YouTube. There's always something going on. Oh, that's right, Courtney. Yeah, he says he's right behind me, isn't he? Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, there was quite a bit. That's man, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to see that video. We'll have to see. I'm sure at some point that video will be released. Maybe. Sensei says, have a drink on me, Chris. You deserve it. We all appreciate your dedication covering this case and all others. You raise awareness. My pleasure. Oh, speaking of awareness, let me get this in real quick, guys. Because we always feature missing people. This is Hanley Cruz. This came in from a viewer. I hope I pronounce it right. Hanley Cruz. Hanley Cruz. Just 17 years old. Cruz was last seen October 14th, so that was 4 days ago, in Littleton, Colorado. Last phone location, northeast corner of 6th Ave in Longs Peak, Brighton, Colorado. If you have any information on his whereabouts, you can call 720-365-7698. Hanley Cruz, again, 17 years old, went missing 4 days ago. This was sent in by a member. Poor kid. Hopefully he comes back home safe. Looks like he's got braces on. Looks like, yeah, that looks like braces. But yeah, that was sent in by Sarah, one of our viewers. So hopefully it comes back. Let's just show what it looked like earlier this morning. I'm going to quickly go grab a drink. I'm just going to put this full screen for just a second. God bless you, Sensei. And thank you coming in and helping mod today. I really appreciate it. I'm just going to put this full screen for a minute. This was what it was like earlier, and I'm just going to go grab a drink.
That's true. She kicked me off the door. Good morning, everyone. We are in Delphi this morning. The day is here, a day that people have been waiting more than 7.5 years for. It's day one of the Delphi murders trial. Richard Allen will be back inside the Carroll County Courthouse later this morning at 9 o'clock when opening statements are expected to start. We have seen dozens of people sleeping in downtown Delphi just to get a spot inside that courtroom. One of them inside today, our Bob Siegel. So he'll have live updates for us throughout the day. We'll be back with you on 13 News at noon. We'll see you then.
to work. We are outside the Carroll County Courthouse right now where the trial for Richard Allen just got underway at 9 a.m. This morning, there was a line that stretched from the front door all the way here to where these barriers are behind this cannon right here. They all have made their way inside now. We'll have updates all morning long on air and on our web, as well as we have a team inside the courthouse to bring you the latest updates.
Okay, I was able to get a drink. Ooh, refresh my drink, actually, I should say. Let's look at the courtroom. I think they were in there yesterday, just kind of showing what it looked like. There's where the jurors would be. Of course, this is what it's all about. These girls right here. Long before Richard Allen, long before Richard Allen came along, these poor girls were brutally murdered, and their family has been waiting 7.5 years to get justice. 7.5 years to get justice. Looks like 8 women, 4 men on the juror. Yeah, I've gone over that. So there is that. And then here's the defense team again from another angle.
What's the strategy today?
Winning.
Winning.
You think your client's going to get a fair trial?
We don't have any comment.
Yeah. It's a nice truck. Oh, I've always wanted a Dodge Ram. Ooh, it's a beautiful truck. Not sure who this is. Anybody know who this is? Maybe just an extra member on the team. I might have to kick on my AC. Gosh, I just realized it's getting really warm in here. Let's see. This case is done and dusted. No, you got to remember, it's down to the jurors. It don't matter to the public. The public isn't trying him. You got to remember that when the game. It's not the public. It's these jurors, and I guarantee you, the responsible jurors. These jurors will listen to the evidence, and they will do their due diligence. A lot of them. Some of them are government workers. These aren't just any, they don't just get anybody. So, for example, I worked at Albertsons for 8 years. Now, I've never had anything on my record. I think I had only thing I've ever been in trouble for. Now, of course, when I was a teenager, I've done stupid things, but, never caught or anything. But the only thing I ever had on my record, of course, and to be expunged, was I was driving with expired tags. That twice. I was just too lazy to get my car registered, but that was the only thing I had on my record. Of course, that expunged, right after I did whatever I had to do, pay the fine. So then I worked for the post office. Now, to get to work on the post office, I had to take kind of like an IQ test. It was kind of like an IQ test and a memory test. That was the big one, memory. Because we had to memorize zip codes. Because we're shipping things all throughout the United States. And so we had to know zip codes for all the cities. And for those that don't know how zip codes work, is that the zeros that start in the eastern side. So any zip codes that start with like 0 or 1s are more on the eastern side. And as you go west, you'll notice the numbers start going from, 00188, 00188, whatever, etc., to 10488. Then, you get towards the middle, you got 40388, and then as you get to the West Coast, California, 9. They start with 9. Anyway, so long story short, sorry, getting a little off track. When I started working for the post office, then I started getting jury things. And I was on the juror once, and then I was selected again not long after that, but because I had already served once, and, if you've already served, you have, I forget how long, you get a break before you have to actually serve again. So the people that they get, these aren't just, any average Joe, they pick people that have a good background. That makes sense. So for anybody that's, from a different country, I don't know how it works in other countries, but so, and yeah, it was crazy. Like everybody at the post office, everybody's always talking about, yeah, I had to serve jury, so, and I think there was a guy that worked for FedEx that was picked. I don't know if he's still on there, but so again, the people that they have, these are, logical people. And of course, the prosecution and defense, they pick, it isn't one side or the other. They both have to agree. They interview you, get your thoughts on, how much do you know about the case? Have you read about the case? Have you formed an opinion on the case? What's your opinion? And then they both agree on the witnesses that they're going to take. So again, this will be a responsible jury. And I feel like they will, do their due diligence. So, yeah, again, yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're gonna have people that will do their job. Cause yeah, when I was picked, I was like, oh shit, like I've got to be, cause when I'm not gonna talk too much about the case I had, but it was a female domestic abuse, and you could tell just in the beginning she was really trying to play nice. She was smiling, and she was obviously the defendant. And yeah, anyway, I got bad vibes from her from the beginning. Like she was really trying to make an impression on you. But then, I had to keep reminding myself, I have to look at all the evidence. Now I did not deliberate. I was an alternate, and so I had to sit there it was 2 days, I think 2 or 3 days. And I ended up being an alternate and didn't get the vote, but they found her guilty of domestic, DV or whatever. Anyway, still no update. Yeah, and at the end of the day, that's what we want. I do. Again, I've formed an opinion, but again, I'm not on the jury, so whatever I say, it's not going to matter. They've got their jury, and again, we're going to look at both sides. I'm just giving my opinions on how I feel, because I've covered this case for a long time, and I'm not going to say I'm an expert on this case, but definitely seen a lot. I'm just reading. This was she kicked out? Is this one? Would be a career maker for a reporter. I talked about potential consequences. Oh, so she's just kind of talking about how some people got kicked out. And the repercussions of that. Okay, that's not a big thing. Again, I do disagree that about the non-transparency. Let's see. What do we got? Delphi, Nancy Broadbear, Cart TV. Okay, that was 2 hours ago. Replaying that. Seems like a lot of defense pro Allen are on Twitter, obviously. I mean, it's like 90% pro. And see, so you got two sides, because like if you go to Twitter, I mean, it's almost pro Allen. I don't know. They're just weird stuff. Anyway, let's read some chat here. Is that Greeno? Oh, that's Greeno. Oh gosh. Should we play his rant?
I could not stomach the fact that these people might cause this dude to walk.
So he's in the courtroom. I'm surprised at this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really surprised at this. I hate to get into the drama, but anybody that knows Delphi knows Anthony Greeno.
I could not stomach the fact that these people might cause this dude to walk. And if they do, I'll finish it. I promise. I'll finish it.
Yeah, a little
I will make
unhinged.
sure this case ends with the right justice. Do you remember way back in the 1800s that Carroll County hung a man because he was going to get off on a technicality?
Oh yeah. Anyway, yeah, that guy's a little.
Did you know that?
It's sad because
I would love to see that happen.
He makes really good videos. Man, he's a really good editor. That is just a waste of talent that this kid has. People ask him, what's the best source? Yeah, it's so quiet right now, guys. And I'm gonna get doxxed with that music, guys. Come on, stop it. Oh. Okay, let's listen to this.
In Indiana, a small town's terror is finally going to trial with opening statements today in the Delphi murder case. 52-year-old Richard Allen has pleaded not guilty to the 2017 stabbings of best friends 13-year-old Abby Williams and 14-year-old Libby German. Their bodies found near a bridge along a popular walking trail. The community haunted ever since.
We had a couple years when people were afraid to come to the area.
Investigators say Allen managed to elude authorities for 5 years. The husband and father arrested in 2022 after authorities say they linked a shell casing found at the crime scene to a pistol he owned. But so far, they've been tight-lipped.
Let me know in the chat. Maybe we'll do I'm going to do a vote here. Sorry, I thought this would be interesting. What evidence do you think is... I don't know, maybe... Hold on, I'm trying to think how to word this. Could be Did that right? Yep. Spent bullet. Okay, just a little poll. Just saying, what evidence do you think could be stronger, the bullet or the confessions? I should have capitalized the bullet, but I know we don't really know everything about the confession, so I know it's kind of hard, but let me know what you think. I think the confessions, the bullet, I know it's kind of a science that's going to be, it's not a proven science when it comes to the ejector thing. I think it's kind of, from what I've researched, and again, I'm not an expert, from what I've researched with the bullet, is that it just kind of depends on case to case, really, because the ejector, I guess, can leave a mark sometimes, or sometimes it can be reliable and sometimes it can't be. It's basically when I did a little bit of research. So I can see why the defense is definitely going to argue that, and then obviously the prosecution is going to say it's legit, but obviously the jury will be able to see and be able to form their opinion
about why they believe that shot was fired. One big clue, a man's voice captured on Libby's cell phone the day she was fatally stabbed. The prosecution now expected to present to the jury accounts of more than 60 confessions they say Allen made in prison. The defense claiming he's innocent, saying Allen did not make those confessions voluntarily, and arguing suspect sketches released shortly after the murders looked nothing like Allen. The defense team also arguing in pretrial hearings, investigators overlooked a single strand of hair found in one of the victim's hands that did not belong to Allen. At one point, defense attorneys even arguing evidence at the scene indicated the murders could have been a ritualistic cult sacrifice. But the judge dismissed that theory last month and will not allow it to be heard in the case.
This is a case where the defense doesn't have a lot of options, so they've got to try anything.
Both sides now under a gag order
Ooh,
with
yeah,
jurors,
Jojo.
8 women and 4 men bust in from another county to weigh a case that's captivated this community for nearly a decade.
Yeah, the judge really trying to keep a tight lid on this case. It's also worth noting families of Allen and both victims are also covered under that gag order, and the jury in this case will be sequestered during the trial, only allowed to talk to their families under the supervision of a court bailiff.
This family's looking for...
Which, yeah, that I totally understand that, with obviously everybody's, social media and everything. We don't want them to be influenced one way or the other. We want them to do their due diligence, and I'm sure they will. Grandma Shirley, good to see you. I'm so tired of so many people be angry towards others. Yeah, there's people going to agree to disagree. We're all adults, and we all, form different opinions. Okay, get out of my kitchen. Okay, I'm out. I'm staying out. Derek and Kelsey have testified. Okay, yeah, that's what I was kind of, seems like that's what they were talking about. Still no update yet, but I'm assuming we're going to get something soon. Because it's 4, so I think there's one more break. So I'm assuming people will be able to kind of come out and... Because they had the lunch break a couple hours ago, I think 2 hours ago. Then, so it's 4 p.m. there. I think they go till 6, so they should have like a 10-minute break. So maybe media is going to pop out and... release some more tidbits here. Oh yeah, it's trending. Let's see what they got. Not seeing anything yet. check my phone. Where is my phone? Oh, there it is. Bama, good to see you, buddy. Hi, Chris. I'm late. So comments is from earlier. Young guy drawing we saw because RA is short. The lady might have thought he was younger. Oh, there. God, I didn't even think about that. There you go, Bama. I didn't even exactly. Yeah, and I was also adding on, and I'm sure you probably heard it. Yeah, that it was known that it was usually teenagers that crossed the bridge because that was kind of a goal, dare, whatever, a bucket list thing, whatever, and then of course Betsy Blair sounds like somebody that's a local who goes there often, probably does her walks, and great comment. I didn't finish it. I'm short, and folks think I'm younger because of that. Yeah, there you go. And I think he probably had the brown hoodie on, or not hoodie, a brown beanie on, and from 50 feet away, that looked like brown poofy hair. So, yeah, that's a great observation, Bama. Yeah, the Twitter, it's like 99% all pro Allen. Which kind of, I mean, I want to say it drives me nuts, but I'm trying to find like the legit, news people, and having an issue finding them. I know. One second. I got, let's see, there's two of them, which is Max Lewis. Let's see if he said anything. Nope, 7 hours ago. Wonder if he was one that got kicked out. Barbara McDonald, 7 hours ago. Yeah, unfortunately, we got kind of a drought here. Anybody know if there's anybody that finds any kind of... I'm going to check Facebook real quick, see if there's anybody live on Facebook here. Wait, what? Wait, what? I think they're misquoting this. It said that the hair did match one of the victim's family. I think they're misquoting this. Okay, so this is interesting. This is back with the prosecution. I'm going to read this. This has a little more that I haven't seen. I wonder if I should just take all these statements. That'd be a pain in the butt. Okay, I'm going to read this because there's just slightly a little bit more in this opening by the prosecution. So Nick says, Alan is bridge guy. Yep. Abby and Libby were walking on the bridge, rite of passage. The weather was warm. The man said, guys, down the hill before Libby's video cuts off. A frantic search followed for the girls who were found dead. Nick said the jury will see graphic photos. Okay, we've seen that. There's something I saw that it looked... Okay, yeah. Nick said Alan planned to have his way with the girls. Obviously, we know how to interpret that. But was interrupted and then took their lives. So this is interesting. So he's saying that the interruption happened before he killed them. So, because, one of the speculations was the interruption when Brad Weber was coming home at 3:30. So for those that don't know, here you got the bridge. Now it continues on, even though it doesn't look like it. It continues on past this. This is a private driveway to the Weber's home. So you can see that the only way for them to get there is coming up this road here. I believe there's a secondary road. I'm not sure, but so he came at 3:30, and we know that the killer then would have left shortly after 3:30. So it kind of sounded like the interruption was maybe when he was trying to cover stuff up. But in this, that's very interesting. That's more specific. So that's interesting. I wonder. Yeah, see, that's what I thought too, Scott. The neighbor came home, but he's saying that this is before they're killed because they were likely killed. At least Libby. Remember, Libby's phone stops at teenage girls. Sorry, I have to go to my video here. So, you guys can't see that. Sorry, apologies. So they were able to tell that, Libby's phone was moving, and then at 2:32 the phone stopped moving. So, assuming that she got attacked at 2:32, so that's an hour before Brad Weber would have came home. So I wonder, we know other people were near the bridge, which is terrible. People, I mean, these poor girls and this killer, the timing, I mean, minutes, if the killer was like 5 minutes, 10 minutes late, or the girls, who knows if anything would have happened because, there was people there. There was this gap that the killer just happened to find. It's just crazy when you really think about just how lucky the timing, or terrible timing, I don't know, lucky, but to find that window where there's nobody around here, even though right after he takes them down the hill, there's people crossing the bridge, and it's wild. Yeah, I think they were saying that they're supposed to have press passes, so they're able to do that. I know when they had the jury selection, they weren't able to. The second they left, they couldn't come back in. So I don't know if that's continuing or not. If that is, that's terrible, Courtney D says he confessed to his wife and mother and many, many others. When his lawyers found out, they probably told him he needs to start confessing to a bunch of stuff and start acting crazy. I totally agree. It will be interesting to know how the confessions, how did yeah, how'd they work? Was it majority of them were only what the killer would know? And then the second, then later on, months later, then it's false confessions. So it's real confessions and then false confessions. Yeah, that's not going to look too good. But again, we don't know. But yeah. Okay. Okay, that's okay. We can mention JLR if we can, just for right now, because I know he's out there. He is out there. Oh, I guess it should be JLR, right? All right, let's see. This is earlier? Oh, they're placing flowers in front of the courthouse for the victims. Officer's like, what? You can get me any flowers? No chocolates?
Are those flowers for the victims?
Oh, I guess they're not fans of JLR. Ooh, that train's loud. Okay. I don't want to see any YouTube. Oh yeah, I don't want to go to his YouTube thing. Okay, so jurors heard testimony from Kelsey German. Halfway through afternoon session of opening day, jurors heard testimony from Kelsey German, Libby's sister who dropped the girls off that trail that day, and Derek German. Okay, interesting. Now I'm not going to obviously pull up his thing, but we'll just keep that for later. So obviously the family, that makes sense. They're going first. All right. See if we got. I'm sure we're just probably waiting on either a break or. God, I hope it's not going to be till the end, because then we have another hour and a half to go. Oh, they can do breaks, but it seems like the next group can go in like a lottery type deal. So it's kind of like musical chairs. Gosh. Hockey. Can you fill me in why it took so long for this case to get started? I mean, it didn't happen like 8 years ago. Yeah, 7.5. Well, one, they didn't catch Richard Allen until 5 years later. So you had 5 years where they just couldn't find. They had a few persons of interest. They had. Let's see here. Am I in the right area? Nope. Go back. So the bodies were found on this guy's property, and and he made up some crazy alibi, and it was during the time that they got killed. Now, the reason he made up the alibi is because he had a suspended license, and he just didn't want them to find out that he was driving on a suspended license. And he told them that. I don't know if they had found the bodies yet when he had said that. And he had a family member, help tell this alibi, which was false. So, of course, when they found out about that, and of course the bodies being found on his property, that didn't look good. But they did a warrant, and they just could. There was nothing to put him there. Then comes this guy. Where's Kagan at? Then we had Kagan Klein, which I'm trying to find. Oh, there he is. Then we had this guy here, Kagan Klein. He really sparked the case back up. He came along, even though they knew about him almost from the first month, I believe, first 2 months. They ended up finding out that he actually supposedly spoke to one of the victims, possibly even the day of. But if you see his body type, he's a big guy. He doesn't fit the description at all. And anyway, long story short, even though he may have actually talked to the girls or one of them, he was really just a pervert. And now he's spending time in jail for that for the rest of his life.
Suspects that came before Richard Allen.
And then finally, they came to this guy 5 years later. Allegedly, this guy supposedly came forward in the beginning, but instead of going to detectives, he went to a conservation officer. Conservation officer is like a fish and game police officer. They write tickets for people who are fishing without a license or hunting without a license. Allegedly, I've heard that because it's a small town. It's less than 3,000 people. Apparently, he was a friend. They were friends of a friend. So I think that's why he went to Dan Doolin, which is the conservation officer. Told him he was there between 1:30 and 3:30. And he was even wearing blue jeans and a blue jacket. But that tip that Dan Doolin got ended up getting misplaced, and then allegedly it took 5 years, and they found this tip. It got misplaced, and they found it, and they're like, oh, here's this Richard guy, lives 5 minutes away from the bridge, and yeah, he was allegedly there right in the time frame that the girls were killed. And then they did a search warrant, and then they arrested him. And then what happened after that is they had to build their case, and they did have a trial set about a year after, or even less. But then that got pushed back. Then there was a nasty leak with the crime scene photos, and then they lost the defense. The judge kicked the defense team off, which meant a new defense team had to come in and start from scratch, which meant that was going to take another many, many months to go. The original defense team went to the Supreme Court and fought it, and they got put back on, and then yada, yada, yada. It got pushed. Another court date was set. That got pushed back, and here we are 7.5 years later. So what a mess. But yeah, so hopefully that explained it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they also put Richard Allen Whiteman, which Whiteman is the road he lived on. So who knows how all that got messed up. But yeah, he should have had his time in court a long time ago. But yeah, what a mess. Oh, wait. No, I played this, right?
Justice. Maggie, thanks so much. We appreciate it.
With opening statements today in the...
Okay. It's interesting. He says Richard Allen used power and fear to kill the teen victims. Interesting. Gosh, I gotta use the bathroom, so just looking at this, I don't know if that might be interesting to read. Okay. COVID had ended, but yeah, you're right, Alan. That's true, because that did push just everything back. Yeah. You're very right. Shall I go through the unsealed documents on this? Reading abcnews.com article December 1st. Is this an old article or something new? Boy, that's 9 hours? What the hell is this? Texas Ranger, hopefully they have DNA in the girl's missing clothes. Yeah, I think the only DNA might be the hair and the fibers on the
Jury
clothing.
selection begins today in the trial of Richard Allen, who's charged with murdering 13-year-old Abby.
Okay, why does that say that's 9 hours? That's weird. It's 6 hours. Let's see what happens here. Oh, let's see where we're at here. Oh, confessions. Man, that's we got 111 votes. Wow, it's more even than I thought it was. Confessions 59%, unspent bullet 41. So a lot of people, yeah, that's pretty close.
Opening statements are set to get underway in the 2017 killings of Indiana teens Abby Williams and Libby German. Our Alex Perez is in Delphi, Indiana with the latest. Alex, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You can see members of the public behind me here lined up to get into the courthouse. Now, the judge has issued a strict gag order in this case, and the jury has been sequestered. Abby and Libby's families say they won't rest until they're secured.
Okay. Oh, I know. I want to search. One more thing. Let's see here. Baldwin says strands of hair. Strands as in plural. Again, that could have been misquoted, but they do put it in quotes. What was this from? Donnie Bergs? Oh, they are. You're right. They are do kind of. So one steps out. So they're having reporters switch since they can't come back in. That's crazy. They're like rotating. That sounds like what they're doing. McLean and the defense spent time joking and talking with one another. That's interesting. So I guess they're kind of getting along. Police, of which there are multiple departments, all accommodating. Public has been understanding court rules. Okay. Interesting. Okay, what do we got here? I'm going to end the poll. Well, I'll leave it up just for a little bit longer. I might have to use the restroom here for a minute. Yeah, I agree, Crystal. If it's female, especially if it's female hair, what? Yeah, you would think they would test the family like that. That would be so logical of where it would come from. For those that understand how hair fibers transferred, for the people that you're around in your environment. And we heard breaking news that Becky was tested days before, I guess, about the hair DNA. So we'll have to see if that came from her. No, I don't. There won't be any transcripts, unfortunately. Yeah, it's tag team wrestlers. Yeah, yep. Again, you got to think we have states, and every state has their own set of rules. And yeah, it's a little convoluted. I might just play something real quick so I can just use the restroom for just a second. I'm trying to think what I could play here. We'll just play the recap real quick. I'm just going to be less than 2 minutes, guys. I'm just going to let this play of what happened with the girls. I know you must know it. I just have to quickly use the restroom. I'll be right back, guys.
Old abandoned bridge. The two girls, who were best friends, just had a sleepover the night before and were excited when Libby's sister, Kelsey German, said she would drop them off as long as the two girls found a ride home, which they did. Although it was February, the temperature was nice for that day, and even though it was a Monday, they had school off that day. The two girls, Abby and Libby, would be dropped off just before 2 p.m., where they planned on only staying for a couple of hours. The two teens, Abby and Libby, would begin walking the 501 trail to the Monon High Bridge. As the two would approach the bridge, Libby, who had her iPhone, would take 2 pictures, one as they passed the first platform, and another which shows Abby looking down as she is crossing the scary, tall, gap-filled railroad tie. The girls didn't know it yet, but they were not alone. As a few hours would go by, the father of Libby, Derek German, would show up, but the two girls were not at the meetup spot. Thinking that the two teens just lost track of time, he would end up calling Libby's phone. The phone was ringing, but no one was answering. He would begin searching for the two teens, but when running into other people, no one had seen them. Eventually, the authorities would be called out, and this would lead to a search party looking for the two girls. But sadly, there was no sign of them on that first night of the 13th. With the search being called off late that night for safety reasons, it would be resumed early that next day. They brought in helicopters, divers, and many other resources to scour the area. But just around noon that day, they would soon discover a grisly scene. Authorities would discover the two girls across the river, and both had sadly been murdered.
Investigators solemnly identified the two bodies found in Carroll County as 13-year-olds Libby German and Abby Williams.
We would soon get multiple press conferences, including one of the most memorable statements by Superintendent Doug Carter.
We know that this is about power to you. And you want to know what we know. And one day, you will. A question to you. What will those closest to you think of? Two children. Only a coward would do such a thing. We are confident that you have told someone what you have done. Or at the very least, they know. Because of how different you are since the murders. I believe you have just a little bit of a conscience left. And I can assure you that how you left them in that woods is not what they're experiencing today.
I just unveiled the person that we believe responsible for the murder of these two little girls.
We would also finally get a grainy image of the monster who was responsible. Not only that, but we would also get a 1-second clip of him walking, plus the 4 infamous words that was said to the girls.
Guys. Down the hill. Guys. Down the hill.
This video was taken by Libby's iPhone at 2:13 p.m. while at the end of the bridge with Abby. It shows what rearranged by the offender.
Document also gave new information about the crime scene, saying one of the victims was missing an article of clothing. There were no visible signs of a struggle or fight. Investigators also recovered fibers and unidentified hairs, and it also appeared the girls' bodies were moved and staged.
This case would go unsolved for many years, with 2 different sketches being released years apart that looked like 2 different people, yet they were supposed to be the same person, which just added more confusion to the public, who were very frustrated at the time.
Okay, I'm back. Alright, I feel better now. Put that away. Yeah, I think, so right now it is 4:39 in Delphi. They're in Eastern time zone. So I believe they're supposed to go till 6 p.m. So about an hour and a half more to go. And I do appreciate everybody, especially the mods, coming in and helping out. What do we have here? Why do we have 351 right there? Maybe they're gonna write something in here. Let's see. Let me look at this. Okay. Well, that's not much of a blog. You're just gonna put a time and nothing else. Come on, guys. Want to know what Derek German's point of view is? That's, I'm assuming, what did they say? Derek German and then Kelsey. So those are the 2 testifying now. Still nothing. Check out Delphi here. Is that the defense? That lunch break or something? That's Rosie. Oh God, he's got a parking ticket. Uh-oh. Busted. Oh, busted. It is. It's a parking ticket. Oh my God. Oh my God. He got a parking ticket. That's not good, he says. That's funny. Yeah, have a little levity in all situations here. Oh my God. I just gotta see one more time. That's not good. I heard they can only park there for 2 hours at a time in these parking spots. Oh my gosh. I knew that, and I'm not even local. How do these guys not know that? I remember reading that. They're like, they can't park in these stalls right here in front of the thing. They can only park there. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it says it right here. Bob Siegel. For those who doubt the tenacity of Carroll County's parking enforcement around the courthouse in Delphi, just ask the defense attorney Brad Rosie, who was ticketed for parking in a 2-hour spot as he was inside the courthouse defending Richard Allen during a hearing in July. In July, or isn't this? Did that happen in July? It's post October 17th. I don't know. Maybe that did happen back then. That is funny though. Either way. That's hilarious. Oh no. Oh gosh. Oh no. The parking guy. Oh gosh, they're out there. Is he checking tire pressure? What is this? Oh, he had a little bit of dust on the tire. He had to get him out. Is he cleaning tires? What is he doing? Does anybody know? Checking for bombs or something? No, I don't want to joke about that. But yeah, what is he doing? That's a nice Subaru. I love Subarus. Is he? Oh, wait, is there kind of? Wait a minute. Is there powder on that so he knows how long that car's been out there? Yeah, I can almost see like a powder coming off. Is he powder yeah, chalking on. Yeah, okay, yep. Yeah, yep. Okay, so he's chalking them so that way they know. Okay, I got you. That's interesting. Okay, I don't go downtown much. I hate downtown. I hate any downtown. I hate downtown. That's interesting. I didn't know that's what they did. That's old school chalking. Interesting. Yeah, that took me a second. I could kind of see the... Yeah. Huh. That's interesting. Sorry, just kind of keeping entertained while we wait for some updates here. Just waiting for Derek and Kelsey. I'm assuming Derek will be pretty quick. I'm assuming Kelsey will probably be... I'm sure Kelsey will probably might even lead into tomorrow, right? Because she's kind of, one of the last people to see the victims. And we know that, there's been some crazy accusations or theories with Kelsey, and I'm not going to talk about them. Oh, here we go. Oh, shit. Here we go, guys. All right. We got Kelsey. All right. Let me Water down the gums. Okay. Testimony from Kelsey. Let's do it. Okay, the state called Kelsey German, Libby's sister, to the stand. Kelsey told the jury she was in junior high school in 2017. She now has a daughter and expecting another. Oh, that's awesome. She said Libby was more like my best friend than a sister. Kelsey told the jury that Libby wanted to go to the trails with her, but Kelsey couldn't go, but would drop them off if they had a ride home. She told the jury Abby had on a gray zip-up jacket that day, and that she had borrowed from Kelsey. Kelsey was shown on a photo by prosecution of Abby and Libby inside Kelsey's car. Have we seen that photo? Is that a photo that's local? Because I remember there's like a picture of them. What seems like they're in the back of a car, but I don't know if that's from the same day. Jurors were given a copy as well. Kelsey was asked to stand up and show on a large map how she would have taken the girls to the trail. Kelsey said she dropped the girls off and went to her boyfriend's house. Kelsey is asked if Libby knew where her phone was most of the time. She told the jury it was always in her hand. Kelsey told the jury she got a call from Becky Patty that Libby was missing while her boyfriend had just left for work. The prosecution showed a closer view of an earlier map that Kelsey explained that lots of people at school go on this, referring to the trails near the bridge. Kelsey was asked if she was aware it was private property. She said no and laughed. Oh, I'm wondering, are they talking about the Mears lot? Anyway, Kelsey told the jury that she communicated with Libby via Snapchat for the most part. Kelsey described the bridge to the jury as different than it was in 2017. Yep. That you can't cross it and that the other areas have been paved. The prosecution plays a video of the trail as it looks today. Kelsey is asked if she would agree that the area has improved since 2017. She replied, yes, a lot. Kelsey described several changes to the area to the jury. All right. I'm sure we'll get more versions of her account. So not too much in there. I'm sure there's got to be more than that. I feel like she would, compared to Derek, I feel like, especially with the defense and everything, interesting. I'm surprised. They're the first ones to actually have something. These guys have been kind of not on the ball there, but at least they got something. Let's check what we got. Oh, Donnie Burgers. Oh, the audio for Sarah Boone is trash. So I guess we're not missing out on too much with Sarah Boone. Wait, did I just do that one? No, let's see. It's the same thing. Oh, what do you guys think? I guess, I mean, it's not much. Freebird, the picture of them with funny hats on is them in the back of the car. Yeah, Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, there's like a picture of them. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Is this the one? Looks like she's got something else on now. They certainly didn't have these on. Seems like they're dressed for a... Almost looks like there's snow. I wonder if this is a different picture, but this would be something similar to what they saw. I wonder if it was something like this, because, I mean, she's got a vest on. She's got a black jacket. Looks like she's got like a green and a red... You know, she's got like a green sweater. This has got to be from a different day, I'm assuming. And look at the back window. It looks like it's... that, you know, there's fog or condensation or whatever from snow maybe, but probably from the same year. Yeah, Alan says that wasn't from that day, but it would have been something similar, obviously. Okay. Oh, there's more. Okay. So it looks like they're just kind of typing this out little by little. All right, let me take a sip here. All right, there's more. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, all right. So the last part that we read was that the improvement of the bridge, or not only the bridge but the pavement, because before it was just kind of a rocky dirt trail or gravel. Now they paved the 501 trail. Okay. Prosecution asked Kelsey, if you were at the end of the bridge, could you see someone at the beginning? Kelsey answered no. Yeah, that bridge... I mean, we've seen it. We played it earlier. It is long. Kelsey told the jury about Snapchat and the texting feature, and discussed timestamps on the Snapchat stories. Kelsey said she was texting and calling Libby the night of February 13th. So obviously they were already sadly murdered. Kelsey told the jury she became emotional after finding out the girls had been found but did not know how they died. The defense attorney, Andrew Baldwin, asked Kelsey if Libby was outspoken. Kelsey said yes. Baldwin asked Kelsey if she would run across the bridge. Kelsey replied, that would be dangerous. Oh, I see. I see where he's getting at. The defense showed Kelsey a photo of Abby on the bridge taken by Libby. He asked, you don't see anyone behind Abby on that bridge, do you, in that photo? Kelsey said no. Oh, I see exactly where they're going with this. Oh, I know exactly what they're doing here. Baldwin asked Kelsey how long into the bridge was that photo taken. Kelsey said 1/4. Kelsey told the juror she gave DNA to police a few days. Oh, so they got Kelsey's DNA too. Kelsey told the jury she gave DNA to the police a few days ago, and it was not the first time she had been asked that. Wait, what? Kelsey told the juror she gave DNA to the police a few days ago, and it was not the first time she had been asked that. Like asked to take DNA? Let me know in the chat. That second part's worded weird. Baldwin asked Kelsey if she had worn the sweatshirt worn by Abby. Kelsey said they washed it, but she had not worn it. Okay, so the sweatshirt that Abby was wearing from Kelsey had been washed. So, So it's possible it still could have Kelsey's hair on it, but maybe another family member's. Interesting. And we'll have to see if they update more, but I can definitely see where they're going with this one. You guys see what they're doing here? So let's pull this up because we know what they're doing. Yep. Let's get the original. Is that the original? Nope, that is a shit copy. What the hell? There we go. Dang, that's... Come on. Give me the original. Looks terrible too. Oh my gosh. What are you doing to me? Alright, we'll just go with this one. We'll just go with this one. I know. I see what they're doing. Okay. So, obviously this is going with the defense's theory that they're not being abducted. So for the defense, they're saying, well, you don't see anybody behind them, do you? And you don't run across that bridge, right? Because, you know, it's dangerous. So they're going to say probably the perpetrators came from the other side of the bridge, I'm assuming. And that they were parked. So they're going to probably say that they were parked on the private driveway. These two killers were probably parked on the private driveway, came up, I guess past them, then turned around, which makes no sense. I don't know why you just wouldn't nab them. I'm assuming this is what they're trying to say. Let me know what you think in the chat, but this is my theory of what they're trying to say, is that they were parked here, and then the killers came, or one of them, whatever, came up, and then nabbed him, and then took him to the car, and then left, right? Because basically they're saying there's no one behind her, and you wouldn't run across this bridge, and the bridge is very long. And yeah. Yeah, he's saying he couldn't have been there, but he's on the video. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like, okay, so he passed them, which has been speculated. That has been speculated that the killer could have just crossed all the way to the other side and then was waiting for him and then kind of passed them, maybe to size them up or something, and then turned around. But I think because they're going that they were abducted, of course, and killed somewhere else. So I'm assuming they're going to say that they were parked at somewhere on that private drive, and they nabbed them. Oh, bless you, D. Sorry. Let's take a look. Thank you, D. Thank you to all my mods that are here. You guys are amazing. And thank you, Sensei, for coming in and helping today. It means the world. Tell me, D, what am I doing here? What am I doing? Where are you taking me, D? Where are you taking me?
Good afternoon.
Oh, good.
Want to get...
Oh, whew. I thought D was going to... All right. Okay, let's see what we got. 4 p.m. update. So if that'd be an hour ago. All right. This is 7 minutes. I'm going to just put it full screen for you guys.
Get straight to new developments out of Carroll County from the Delphi murders trial. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Felicia Lawrence.
And I'm Dustin Grove. Day one about to wrap up. It's been a full one, from opening statements to the prosecution's first witness taking the stand. We have team coverage inside and outside the courtroom.
And we actually start this afternoon with Anne-Marie Tiernan. She is live in Delphi. Anne-Marie, can you fill us in on what you've learned?
Well, good afternoon to both of you. We are live outside the Carroll County Courthouse. We are in downtown Delphi, and this is a day that many people thought would never come. So many delays to get to this point, but finally underway today, the trial with opening statements. Bob Siegel was in the courtroom as family members from the victims testified today. Here's his report.
The jury is going to have a lot to consider. That is extremely clear after just a few hours here into day one of this trial. Here is what's happened so far. The judge started out by giving the jury its instructions. Then we heard opening statements from the prosecutor and defense, and now we're on to witnesses as the state goes first in presenting its case. During opening statements, prosecutor Nick McLeland told the jury they're going to see gruesome photos of the crime scene where the girls' bodies were found. They'll hear from witnesses who will place Richard Allen at the crime scene, and they'll hear Richard Allen's confessions about the murders, confessions that the prosecutor says only the killer would know. He told the jury the last face the girls saw before their throats were slit was Richard Allen's face. Then the jury heard a very different story during the defense's opening statement. They called the state's investigation into Richard Allen messed up from the beginning, telling jurors Richard Allen is truly innocent. There is reasonable doubt. And attorney Andrew Baldwin told the jury when they hear evidence about phone data involving Libby German's cell phone, he said the state's case is going to fall apart before your very eyes. Then we heard from our first witness, Becky Patty, the grandmother of Libby German. She explained how Libby and Abby were best friends who had a sleepover at her house the night before the murders, how the girls did not show up after their visit to the Monon High Bridge, and then the frantic search that took place. She held back tears as she told the jury, we called, we kept calling, and kept calling her granddaughter without any success. Then she broke down into tears, recalling for the jury when she learned that her granddaughter's body had been found. She said, I couldn't understand why they weren't taking me to her. And then I saw the coroner's van drive by, and that's when I realized they were not alive. Emotional testimony right out of the gate here on day one of the trial. The jury has been listening very intently. Richard Allen has been taking notes throughout the testimony. We are going to have much more for you and more on the witnesses here this afternoon coming up on 13 News at 5. In Delphi, Bob Siegel, 13 News. 3.
Okay, I have to pause it there just in case I don't want to get like struck in or whatever, since it's on YouTube. So I have to kind of commentate. So anyway, I was grabbing a coffee. So can you guys fill me in on what they were saying? No, I think I heard most of it. It was just kind of repeating what we heard earlier. Nothing really major new. Sorry, something in my throat. Just reading chat here. Pam Jam, good to see you. Yeah, talking about the hair. Yeah, the hair is very interesting. I definitely think that's going to be probably something big. And the fact that all the family members are now getting tested or DNA tested a few days prior to this is very interesting. Again, I don't know why in the hell they didn't test them years ago. I mean, it seems really ridiculous, to be honest. But let's finish this real quick.
Thank you so much, Bob. Now, Libby German's sister and her father have also testified today, and we expect that Abby Williams' mother will take the witness stand as well today. So more of that testimony as our coverage continues. Now, a couple house cleaning items and some issues that have happened outside of the courthouse today. One thing, the judge took away the cameras for 3 media organizations, 1 video camera and 2 still cameras. She told the court that they violated her decorum order. Well, what's this all about? There was a bus, a charter bus that was bringing the jurors here to the courthouse today from the hotel in Lafayette, and those cameras were rolling. Police collected those cameras and said they didn't want in any way for there to be any identification of the people that were on that transport. So how those organizations are going to proceed moving forward and trying to get that gear back in coverage is something that we're going to be watching. Also, one of the very first rulings today dealt with those sketches that we have been looking at for years. And they came from police artists who said this is what witnesses said that the suspect in this case looked like. So the ruling this morning was that those sketches would not be allowed in the trial. And it was really interesting for me today as I was going around town today talking to people here about how these different versions of these sketches that we have looked at for 7 years have really had an impact on those here in the community. Families that say that maybe they were considered perhaps to be suspect. These are also people that are wanting to support the families with a seat in the courtroom. One of the people that I talked to today is a woman who is linked to a Facebook page that has been following this case very closely from the beginning. Here's what she said about the sketches and those scarce seats.
But the community should not be taking that beating. Early on, you've seen them match that sketch up with every man that lived in this county. And it's time that their community get to heal with the family. And justice is one way of healing, but if they can't see it with transparency, even 10 members, allow 10 members of the community of Carroll County in that courtroom. Give them 10 chairs, give them 5 at least. Let them come in and see what's going on.
So just to break it down for you, to be clear, there are 72 seats in the courtroom. 30 of them are for the families directly affected by the case, 12 for media. And access to the trial is very important to people that live here. They know these families. They want to support them. There were people that lined up overnight to get these seats, and they feel like at this first day that these are seats that are going to outsiders, and they don't like that, and they're pushing back.
Uh-oh, so yeah, that's a little bit troublesome. Man, only 12 seats for the media. Gosh, no wonder they're doing tag team wrestling and or whatever people are calling it. Yeah. That's pretty wild. Let's finish this here real quick here.
That's the latest from Delphi. I'm Anne Marie. Our coverage continues as the news continues this afternoon. Back to you.
All right.
Now, I understand with Judge Gull, if you're trying to film the jurors, we don't know the whole context, but again, that kind of sounds like what could have been happening. Now, maybe they weren't trying to actually get the juror's face. Maybe they're just trying to show that, oh, here's the juror's bus pulling in or whatever. Still, that's a huge no-no because, especially with this case and however it plays out, these jurors, I think, need to remain anonymous.
Makes a lot of sense, Anne Marie. Thank you so much. These people have been along for the ride. It's been years in the making that they've been waiting for this moment.
And
I know, AJ.
Small town, less than 3,000 people. We wanted to let you know that as this trial begins, you can join us at 10 p.m. on WTHR Plus for our Delphi debrief show. Bob Siegel, Emily Longnecker, and our legal expert, Katie Jackson-Lindsay. They'll all break down the major developments from the courtroom each evening, Monday through Friday at 10 p.m. to keep you up to date with the latest news from this trial. You can download our free streaming app on Apple TV, Amazon Fire Stick, and Roku. But that's a really effective way to stay up to date on the
thank you, Dee, for sharing that. And no massage video. I'm very happy. Good for you. Let's see if there's any more. Did they add more to this? No. Oh, we got Derek German. Oh, here we go. We got Derek German's statement. All right, here we go. And Abby's getting... I'm surprised they're going through these pretty quickly. Are you guys surprised how fast these witnesses are? I mean, I know these are not big witnesses. I would have thought Kelsey would have been longer, just kind of back and forth, but yeah. Okay, let's see what Derek German, Libby's father, biological father. Excuse me. Okay. At approximately 4:52, so that was I'm trying to do the math in my head here, and that wasn't very long ago. Prosecution called Derek German to the stand. Derek told the jury he lived in home with the Patties, the grandparents, Libby's grandparents, with Libby and Kelsey. Derek told the jury he communicated with Abby via text and took her to Abby's house a lot. Derek said he picked up Abby up for a sleepover that night before and made banana pancakes for breakfast. There's been some debate. Some say chocolate pancakes, but Derek told the jury he left home at 1:20 p.m. to take photos for an appraisal properties in Frankfurt owned by the Patties. Halfway there, Libby called him to pick him up from the bridge. Derek told Libby he had photos to take, and he finished the work and went to pick up the girls. Derek told the jury he called Libby to tell her to come back to the entrance to the park. She never answered. So this is the infamous phone call where he tried to call her. He told the jury he ran into a man and asked if he'd seen the two teenage girls. The man said no. Derek then went to the water and to the Freedom Bridge. He told the jury he continued to call Abby's phone. Interesting. And began yelling their names. So this is that's interesting. So he's calling Abby's phone. So there's always been some question about Abby's. Did she have a phone? Did she leave it at at Libby's grandparents? That's interesting. Unless that's a misquote. And actually, I wonder if he just misquoted, or whoever just typed this up misquoted. Let me know in the chat. Maybe he meant to, or they meant to say that he continued to call Libby's phone. I think that might be a typo right there. Prosecutors asked Derek to show on a map where he searched. He tells the jury others were searching south of him. He told the jury he parked at the CPS building and went back to the entrance. Oh, wow. I didn't know he parked at the CPS building. I thought he parked at the Mears lot. Huh. Derek told the jury that the next day during the search, I just heard Mom, Becky Patty, screaming. I saw the coroner go by and about 12 cop cars, so I knew. Ugh. The defense asked Derek what the last digit of his phone number was. What the last digit of his phone number was? What's that about? You think last 4 digits is what they meant? That's weird. Must be for their notes. Huh. I'm assuming they're going to add more to this. What do you guys think? Obviously, the person he ran into was likely Dan or Dave McCain. Okay. It's been forever, and there's always been confusion on which one. I believe it's supposed to be Dan. The flannel shirt guy is who he ran into. Marion, I just love how professional you are. Keeping on. Thank you so much. That means the world to me. I've been very invested in this case, as many of you are, and it's an honor to present it. I'm trying to be professional, add a little levity when there's, because this is really rough, and I can't imagine, because right now it's the family members who have been waiting 7.5 years to get justice. So I'm sure it's a very emotional time, but I wonder where the defense is going with this last digit. I wonder if they just have phone numbers, in their records, and they're just trying to figure out who his number was, just to see what's going on. I don't know. That's kind of weird. Yeah, another error. Yeah, I think whoever typed this meant to put Libby's phone. Just probably like the girls down the hill. Is it Dave? Yeah, it could be Dave. I just know there's Dan and Dave. Yeah, maybe it's Dave. You could be right. Yeah, last 4 digits. Yeah, because usually, you ask for last 4 digits. Yeah, I think there's some typos here. I think they were just trying to maybe type this up really fast. Okay, we'll keep. I'm sure there'll be more, just like there was with Becky. We'll just kind of keep looking here. Oh, newly released courthouse sketch. Ooh, let's check this out. No. This has got to be a joke, isn't it? Is this a joke, or what kind of artist do they got in here? This isn't the worst art, but usually you get the emotion of the courtroom. You get like what Alan looks like, or maybe they can't see. Maybe they're sitting in a spot that they can't see him very well. That's dated 10/18/20. I mean, I haven't been in the courtroom. This is very accurate. What's this guy or lady guy? I don't know. What? No, I'm trying not to laugh because of the levity. What the hell? Okay. This is coming from a reporter. Art company April Gasner. Oh, God, she must be a new artist. She's I mean, the art's not like terrible, but usually you get like emotion. There's some kind of. I'm sorry. God damn it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Look, oh yeah, see, it's not, it's real. Oh my God, this is real. Oh, that's Richard Allen with this purple shirt? No, my God. Is it? Yeah, because he supposedly has his glasses up. Oh my God. my God. I gotta save that. Yeah, it does. It does. Charlie Brown. Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God. Oh. I think that's the short on artists out there, huh? Oh my God. He don't have a beard. He shaved. He shaved. The expression on his face. Oh my God. Let's look at this a little bit closer. This is supposed to be Richard Allen. Oh my God. Whew. Wow. Yep. All right. Well. Oh, Lord have mercy. By the Tag Art Company, April Gesner. Oh boy. Oh God, they put it up here too. Oh my God. Oh God, we can't get away from it. Oh my God, it's like a parody. Yeah, it is. It's a Charlie Brown. Oh, this case, it's getting a little weird now. Okay. All right. Scene. Okay, so nothing more with Derek German. Oh my God. Man, these guys were like on it. Like I was getting like updates like crazy during the jury selection, and I mean, okay, so it says okay, German's dead. Okay, let me ask something with the. Oh my God! Oh my God! There it is again. Oh my Lord! Oh my Lord! That tells it all. Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay. Whew. Scene. Oh God, they're gonna show that Oh my God, they're gonna show that cartoon everywhere. Jesus Lord, stomach hurts. Okay, defense attorney Andrew Baldwin begins to cross-examine Derek German. Derek said he saw Dave McCain. Oh, there we go, Dave McCain. At 3:25, come from the High Bridge. He also saw a couple taking pictures. So we do remember. Oh God, what are the stupid initials? Not stupid, but let me know in the chat. You know who I'm talking about. The kid. People always talked about. I can't think of his name. Daniel Parsons and his girlfriend, I believe. Did McCain say he heard any screams? Baldwin asked. Derek said no. Derek said he saw lights on the service road. They pulled a fire truck down there. He said there were several people with lots of flashlights. So now I guess it's nighttime now. Yes, don't know where every flashlight was, but you saw lots of them, Baldwin asked. Wait, hold on. Let me read this again. Derek said he saw lights on Service Road. They pulled a fire truck down there. He said there were several people with lots of flashlights. Baldwin asked, you don't know where every flashlight was, but you saw lots of them. Derek replied, yes. What was the passcode to the phone? Baldwin asked. Derek answered 9199. Okay. The prosecution calls Derek German Libby's father. I did a lot of running for Libby, Derek said. She always forgot something. What would you run for? Prosecution, Stacy Diner. Swimsuits, food before games. He said that he picked up Abby on Sunday to stay the night. He made banana pancakes for breakfast the morning they disappeared. Said the girls went to paint the desk in the garage after that. He left the house around 1:20 that afternoon to go to Frankfurt. Derek said Libby called him when he was about halfway to Frankfurt and asked me to pick them up at the High Bridge on my way back from Frankfurt. He told her it would be a couple hours. She said, "No problem. We'll just do some exploring," Derek said. He said he started calling Libby around 3:11. He said he called again when he got to the entrance of the trailhead. Then he got out of his vehicle to walk the trail. Derek says he saw someone. He asked him if he had seen the two girls. The man said no. Derek then went towards the water using a short trail to the Deer Creek, which is the 501 and 508 trail? I forget the two. I forget the other trail. But he took the other trail, not the 501. He didn't see anything and headed back to the Freedom Bridge. He said he called Libby a couple more times. Yeah, Libby. He then called Becky Patty. He called the girls' names on the trail, got no response. God, poor things. He said he sat in the car for 15 minutes, then walked to the High Bridge. He says there were kids sitting on the deck. He asked if they had seen the girls. They had said no. That's when Kelsey came up behind him. He said Kelsey and her uncle walked across the bridge. Then Derek went back to his car. He ended up getting in his sister Tara's car and tried to figure out what next to do. He went back out on the trail, but before he could get to the bridge, law enforcement showed up and told him to go to the sheriff's department. He said he went out in a car looking for the girls all over town. He then said he took a flashlight from his car and searched the woods again. Prosecutors asked him to show the area he searched on the map. Derek said he left the trail at the High Bridge but didn't go down by the water because it was steep. And you wonder why they weren't found. It was pitch black, and you wonder why they weren't found. In its woods, and you wonder why they weren't found. He said he was searching the north side of the trail but could see the flashlights of other people searching on the south side. The next day, he went out with 10 people who parked at the old CPS building before walking to the trail. Okay, so he probably parked at the CPS building the next day. Because I was going to say, if he was parked at the CPS building the day of, you would think he would have seen the car. The killer's car. So that adds more context to that. He said his aunt was in one of the search groups. She went down into the ravine. How did you learn the girls were found? Diner asked. Diener? Is it Diener? Derek said his aunt came running off the trail screaming. Ugh. He said he could hear murmurs. I saw the coroner go by. I saw 12 cop cars go by. Derek remembered, so I went to find Kelsey. Diener said that the area was difficult to traverse. It was hard, Derek said. You don't remember seeing anyone searching on the north side Monday night? Diener asked. I don't remember seeing anyone over there, Derek said. Okay, this is slightly different. Back to Kelsey's from the cross-examination with Baldwin. Defense attorney Baldwin asked Kelsey, was Libby outspoken? Kelsey said yes. Baldwin asked, would she stand up for others? Kelsey said yes. Baldwin asked if there was a place on the bridge where a person could fall through. Kelsey said it would be awful to try to run across the bridge. The defense then brought up the picture of Libby of the bridge with Abby on it. The defense asked how far was Abby on the bridge, and Kelsey estimated 1/4 of the way. This is interesting. Kelsey said she saw her friends Maya and Evan at the bridge when she returned. So maybe that's the couple? I've never heard of those names, to be honest. Baldwin then asked about the sweatshirt that Libby was wearing. He asked if it was new. Kelsey said she washed it. Baldwin said there was no way Kelsey's hair would be on it. Okay, I got a message here. I'll probably be ending at probably go one more hour, depending on no more than an hour, because they should be ending at in a half hour, right? Because 4 p.m. would be 6 p.m. there, and then I'm sure there'll be some updates. So probably hour tops, unless there's like some crazy information. So one more hour. Oh, I was gonna mention something in one of these. Back up here. Yeah, I haven't heard Maya and Evan. I'm gonna write those names down. Okay. Let's see Reddit here. They've been kind of behind on this here. I don't think they've been updating as much. Oh God, there's that sketch. Jesus. Oh God. Oh, I can't see that. No, go away. Go away. Oh, oh my Lord. We need to get a new artist in there. What's this? Oh, okay. That's nothing. Okay. Let's see what Bob Siegel's got to say here. Oh, there's Jennifer. Okay. Black Widow, good to see a female here. I'm sure it's probably a family member. Clearly, they didn't DNA test the closest family members. It will not shock me that it comes out in a few days. I don't know how long it would take. That it's either Kelsey's, Becky's, some family member that's close. To me, it sounded good for the defense, but once we found out it was female, that just kind of went right out the window. Because, yeah. Because none of their prospective suspects or Odinist, none of them are females, so I don't know how that's going to help the defense if there's a female hair. I don't see where that's going to help. And I will say I'm just flabbergasted that ISP and whoever else was involved didn't do DNA test of the family for that piece of hair. Unless they just really didn't, once they found out it was a female hair, I guess they just weren't really bothered by it. which I still sounds stupid that they just wouldn't, figure out who that is. Let's see if they've been updating anymore. So, if you're coming in, so obviously opening statements, which were only 13 minutes by prosecution. Defense, I think, was 15 minutes. So not very long. I thought maybe like a half hour for each. Easy. And then we had Becky Patty. Then we had Kelsey. Then we had Derek German. And then they're saying Abby's mother will be next, which I'm surprised. It's going faster than I thought it would. That's for sure. Court is over for today. Oh, so they finished up. What, a half hour early? Interesting. So I wonder if they got Abby's mom in there at all, or if maybe they just ended with wait, was it Kelsey or no, Derek? Well, who was last? It was Derek, right? Yeah. Derek, it was at 4:52. Well, actually, he took the stand at 3. So maybe we might have some statements by Abby's mother. I know there's not going to be too much shocking stuff from there. Yeah, just like in the Long Island State Killer, same thing. A lot of the victims had, I forget her name, but his wife's Era, is it Era, something like that? Era Esalup, I forget her name. Yeah, a lot of the victims had her hair on the victims, not Rex Heuermann. And she was out of town. And of course, we understand that he brought a lot of the victims because the wife was Essa, is it Essa Erlep? Something like that. Gosh, I'll butcher the name. Because she was out of town, he would bring his victims home and torture them, sadly. And that's probably where they picked up the wife's hair. Anybody have any clips? Let's just check YouTube here real quick. Try to stay away from YouTube because there's always copyright issues. You have to be careful. Richard Allen trial. 7 hours ago. 8 minutes ago. 8 minutes ago?
And we begin today at noon with the beginning phase.
That's 4 days ago. Come on. What does that say? Oh, updated 8 minutes ago. Come on. 4 hours ago. 24 minutes ago.
Well, tonight we're nearing the end of the first day of the Delphi murders trial.
Okay. Is this the one we played? Oh, no, this is a different one. Okay. I'm going to play this. I'm going to put it in full screen real quick. This is a new one. And I'm going to use the restroom real quick.
The families of Abby Williams and Libby German have waited 7.5 years for this moment.
And we have had a crew inside the Carroll County Courthouse all day. They've been gathering all the info they can to update you on the case made before the jury. So let's begin our live team coverage tonight with Anne-Marie Tiernan.
She's been in Delphi all day and joins us from outside the courthouse. Hey, Anne, fill us in on what you've learned.
Well, good evening to you. This is a very big day for the Delphi community, for the families that are seeking justice on both sides of this case. It's also very big competition to get a camera in the courtroom, and we were not able to do that. There were requests for that, and so now there is this pool of reporters that are working together to get information to make sure you know the very true facts that are happening in the case in the opening statement and in the witness testimony. One of them is Bob Siegel, who's been on this case for the very beginning, and he joins us now, and you were able to be in the court today. Really interesting to hear what both sides were saying in their opening statement, revealing a little bit about what they thought was the key part of their case, and then some very emotional testimony.
Yeah, it was. Right now, really, the jury is just getting settled in on this case. They got instructions. They got instructions from the judge, and she made it very clear to them that the state must prove, in order to find Richard Allen guilty, they have to prove that he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and she explained exactly what that means to the jury, and the judge explained that the burden of proof is completely on the state in this situation. And she told the jury, I'm going to quote here, if the state fails to prove each element of the murder charges beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. So from there, the jury got to hear opening arguments, and I want to walk you through those right now. The Carroll County prosecutor warned the jury they will see gruesome crime scene photos, hear from witnesses who will place Richard Allen at the crime scene, and hear confessions. Must prove, in order to find Richard Allen guilty, they have to prove that he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and she explained exactly what that means to the jury, and the judge explained that the burden of proof is completely on the state in this situation. And she told the jury, I'm going to quote here, if the state fails to prove each element of the murder charges beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. So from there, the jury got to hear opening arguments, and I want to walk you through those right now. The Carroll County prosecutor warned the jury they will see gruesome crime scene photos, hear from witnesses who will place Richard Allen at the crime scene, and hear confessions from Richard Allen with details that the prosecutor says only the killer would know. The defense then spent an entire hour giving their opening statement, telling jurors the state's investigation was, in their words, messed up from the beginning. They said Richard Allen is truly innocent, and there is reasonable doubt that will make the state's case, in their words, fall apart before your very eyes. Then jurors got to hear actual testimony, starting with the victims' families. Libby German's sister and father explained how the day of the murder started like a normal day, making banana pancakes for Abby and Libby before dropping them off near the Monon High Bridge. They described what they were wearing and how they did not show up at the time that they were supposed to be picked up. The jury heard about the frantic all-night search in the dark and repeated calls to Libby, calls that went unanswered. And in the most emotional testimony of the day, Libby's grandmother, Becky Patty, told the jury about the moment she learned her granddaughter had been found in the woods. She broke down in tears as she said, I could not understand why they weren't taking me to her. And then I saw the coroner's van drive by, and that's when I realized they were not alive.
Okay, so I have to kind of give some commentary over this so I don't get copyrighted or anything. Sorry, I got something in my eye. But yeah, a lot. I would say it was a little underwhelming with the opening statements. I thought there was going to be a little bit more, but I think the confessions, again, if Allen is saying stuff that only the killer would know, how else can you explain that? I know people are going to say, oh, well, he probably saw the the details of it and when he was in jail, but we'll have to talk about that here in a minute. But from what I understand, the defense tries not to go over specific details direct to the case about the murder, because then they don't want them to repeat it, and then a similar situation happens. That's what I've heard. I'm not an expert in that, but anyway, to me, I think that's going to be damning. I think the confession is going to be the biggest thing myself. Anyway, I just wanted to put in my 2 cents there and continue on so that way I don't get copyrighted.
The jury is also learning about the terrain around the crime scene. The state showed jurors huge posters that have aerial pictures of the Monon High Bridge and surrounding area where the girls' bodies were found. They also got to see a video showing the jury what the walk looks like from the spot where Abby and Libby were dropped off all the way to the Monon High Bridge. That's an effort to try to put jurors at the scene of the crime rather than taking them out to that rough terrain to see it in person. So I can tell you, testimony is still going on right now. I was lucky enough for the first portion of today's testimony to be sitting right in the first row, just a few feet behind Richard Allen. I'm going to explain his reaction as testimony was taking place today. That's coming up at 5:30.
All right, thank you so much. Great job, Bob. And of course, we have Emily Longnecker, who's in the courtroom for us right now as those proceedings are underway. We want to make sure you get all the information. I've been out here in Carroll County and in Delphi today trying to get a sense of the community. And one thing that I really noticed here is so many of these businesses right front and center have up these not welcome signs, no media signs on the businesses, especially around the town square, right around the courthouse. This is a small town, about 2,300 people live here. They have a McDonald's, but for example, it's not big enough to have a hotel, so the jury is likely traveling here from a hotel in Lafayette. Now, during my conversations today, I did meet a woman who spends a lot of time monitoring comments on YouTube about the trial. She's just one of these trial groupies. She wanted to desperately get in the courtroom today, but she wasn't able to make that first cut. And she really is making this argument that the trial is here in Carroll County for a reason. It's for the families and for the community shocked by this crime to see justice and have time to heal. Here's some of her thoughts.
But the residents of this county, they also deserve to heal. They've been waiting for 8 years to get justice for those girls too, that they know and care about these families. Both of the girls' families, they love them. The community absolutely adores them. Even the businesses that are here locally, they will let you know right then and there. They don't want you talking about the case inside their businesses because they are also trying to heal. They want justice, yes, but they don't want all the hate that's going around towards the families brought in and expressed by people who come in from out of town to cover this case.
Okay. I can pretty much kind of see where she's going with that. So that seems about it. So it seems there's going to be one last update, and we'll go just a little bit longer, and we'll finish up here. Again, thank you to all the mods, Sensei, Jennifer, Dee. I know I'm going to miss somebody. I always do. Thank you to all the mods. You guys have been amazing. I know it's a long day. They need to take the Crayola off, whoever did that sketch. Yeah, that's it does. It looks like a 10-year-old sketched it out. It's not what I seriously thought that was a joke. The sketch here. Yeah. But anyway, let me close out some of these windows here. Seems like they said there was going to be maybe one more update. So maybe Abby's mother didn't testify today, and that probably ended with Derek German, maybe? We'll have to see. Well, let's see. If he started at 2:50, and then what? They ended at about 5:30. You would think they would have time for one more witness. It seems like they've been going pretty quickly. Let's see what is the latest here. Oh, come on, go away. Donnie says lots. Okay, he's got lots of notes. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let's see if they updated any more. Update, no. Check these guys out. But thank you so much, Miss Dog Lover, for the $4.99. God bless you. Appreciate the support. We're trying to get all the information out there. Sketch. I wonder what the passcode to the phone. That is weird. Anybody have any ideas about that? Maybe there's more to this cross-examination or witness testimony by Derek German that still needs to come out. Let's see. Let's go back here. Let's refresh. Now, why are these updated ones? I mean, WTHR, they've been on it, that's for sure. Just go to their thing here. Videos latest. Top stories. That was 16 minutes ago. Maybe I see Delphi. Let's play this one.
It's day one of the Delphi murders trial here in Carroll County. Coming up, we have the revelations that were made in opening statements today, and also what witnesses said during their testimony.
65 to 70 today, and it's going to be a warm weekend.
Live from CBS 4, this is your News Now.
And today, more than 7 years in the making, and it's the first day of the Delphi murders trial. Thanks for joining us. I'm Chelsea Helms.
And I'm Jenny Drasler. Bob is off tonight. Opening statements and the first witnesses took the stand today inside a Carroll County courtroom.
CBS 4's Russ McQuaid was there, and he brings us this late update.
The families of Abby Williams and Libby German arrived just before 8 a.m. And Alan's family is there too, as a dozen jurors and 4 alternates listen to opening statements of the state and the defense. Prosecutor Nicholas McLeland went first and over the course of 20 minutes told jurors that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy, the man who stalked Libby and Abby on the bridge that day, whose image was captured on Libby's phone. And he matches the description of a man seen on the Monon High Bridge in the minutes just before the girls were abducted. That Allen has confessed, and he knew details that only the killer would know, and investigators found a bullet that matches Allen's gun at the site where the girls' bodies were discovered. Defense attorney Andrew Baldwin countered that the witness descriptions are inconsistent. Allen suffered a mental health crisis that led to false confessions, the bullet testing was inconclusive, and that the girls were likely abducted on Monday afternoon, driven away.
There's nothing new in there. Let's see what Reddit. These guys have been kind of behind on everything. Oh, they had a part 2? Is that? Wait, do they have a part 2 that I'm missing? Pinned at the top. am I missing here? Pinned at the top. Hold on 1 second. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's research capacity updating this post. Okay. Alright, so nothing there. Alright, could it be Libby's hair? Yeah, I'm sure maybe we'll find out with them testing the family's DNA, which, again, I'm just blown away. Wow, 6 hours, Chris. Did we go 6 hours? Oh my God, we did. I started at 10. Holy shnikes. I don't think I've ever done it. Yeah, I've never done a 6-hour live show. Well, I know we've done some long ones when we were doing the Danilo Cavalcante. Say that 10 times fast. But, yeah. Yeah, if I pull that up, oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah, you're welcome. Let me get caught up here. Honestly, me, thank you so much for the $4.99. I appreciate it. So let's just recap real quick everything that we kind of learned. So we've got the defense is basically going with the theory. Let me just pull up the map here. Defense is going with the theory that the two girls were basically abducted, likely with somebody having a vehicle here, and they abducted them, and then they were killed somewhere else, and then at some point in Tuesday morning, they somehow snuck them down the hill, carried these two bodies all the way down, and placed them near the creek, almost where they went missing. In the middle between when there's a bunch of searches going on. The logic in that, I'm sorry, it sounds, in my opinion, sounds stupid as hell. I'm sorry, I'm just being blunt, but yeah. I'd almost go with the oddness, and them doing a ritual sounds more realistic than them being taken away, killed, and then they're going to bring them back where people are searching for them and drop them off 100 feet away, 100 yards, less than 100 yards from where they were abducted. That makes zero sense. And then, okay, so wait a minute. So if they're killed elsewhere, so let me get this straight. If they're killed elsewhere, okay, get ready for this. If they're killed elsewhere, right? They cut their necks, right? So you're bleeding. You cut their jugular. One of their jugulars. Sorry, where is it? Hold on. Now this is sounding really stupid. Okay. All right. So you murder them somewhere else, right? But you're going to take the bodies back. But how in the hell did blood get on the tree and at the base? Because Libby bled out by this tree. She died at this tree. Those that don't know. She would already had bled out wherever they killed her. So how in the hell would she still have blood for them to then get blood on the tree and at the base? Because there's blood at the base. How make that make sense? I'm sorry. I just, make it make sense. It doesn't. I'm sorry, but I just have to. I am blown away that they're going with this theory of them being taken away and brought back. It sounds dumb as shit. I'm sorry. The female hair, obviously, that's been talked about a lot. Now we know it's female hairs. We've seen one labeled as strands, so we don't know if it's singular or plural. We've kind of seen it labeled as both. But now that we know it's female hair, I don't really think that's a big deal because all the suspects or persons of interest on either side has been males, so I don't see where that's going to help the defense in any way. And I'm glad that they're doing DNA tests, so we'll figure that out. Then they're trying to say Richard Allen left at 2:15, which that's something I'm going to try to put together because I love doing timelines, but they don't say like what time he arrived there, so now we've got 3 different time frames that he's been there. He's been there from 1:30 to 3:30. Then he was there from noon to 1:30. Now he's leaving at 2:15. So I don't know. I don't know. So we heard from Derek, Kelsey, and Becky Patty. Nothing major from them. I'm kind of curious about why they're asking about Derek's last 4 digits or passcode. That's kind of interesting. I don't know what that is. And I'm trying to think. I feel like I'm missing one more thing, but I think that's the big thing of it. But that's about it. RA is not very smart, easily impressionable, and easily manipulated. We'll have to see. Tag art companies seems to specialize in face painting and birthday parties. So that's kind of where the more light-hearted cartoon Charlie Brown artwork comes from. Kind of makes sense. If they change clothes, it's probably Libby's hair. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, when did they enter the creek then? Right. I'm kind of flabbergasted with the defense. That just, I don't know. Just checking chat here. Ronald's girlfriend. I don't know. Tom will be live 30 minutes. Yeah, we like Tom Webster. He's very thorough in that. Let me just check one more time. See if they have anything else. Doesn't look like it. So I'm assuming if they didn't do Abby, it'll be Abby tomorrow. Let's see. Did they?
Abby Williams and Libby German. Let's get you right to Carroll County, the courthouse there. News 8's Kyla Russell has been in the courtroom for every minute of the testimony today. Kyla, good evening.
Good evening, Dakari. Yeah, it's been a heavy day here at the Carroll County Courthouse as those families of Abby Williams and Libby German finally are having their day in court. But of course, before we got to that, I had a little bit of business to tend to. Special Judge Fran Gold told the defense, if you remember those sketches, those suspect sketches released in 2017 and 2019, she told them that although they wanted to have those included in the trial, they could not. Now, of course, that decision came just as opening statements began for the trial that will decide the fate of Richard Allen, the man accused of killing Abby Williams and Libby German. Carroll County Prosecutor Nick McClelland gave the state's opening statements. They lasted about 15 minutes, and he spent much of that time outlining the case that they'll make, saying this case is about 3 main things: bridge guy, an unspent bullet, and the brutal murders of Abby and Libby. He told the jury that they would see photos of the gruesome criminal experts to back that up. And then one of their biggest notes that the hair found in Abby Williams' fingers could be from one of Libby's relatives. Now, both Libby's grandma and sister said today that they have provided their DNA to police. Allen's attorneys also outlined their belief the girls were killed somewhere else and that their bodies were returned to the crime scene. We spent the second half of the day hearing from the people closest to Libby, her grandmother Patty, her sister Kelsey, and her dad Derek. Each of them recalled their last moments with Libby, how they found out that she had died, and the type of teenager she was. All three were very emotional at times, recounting the sports that Libby loved and her kindness to all. Her sister Kelsey even described the moment that Libby asked her to go to the bridge that day to drop them off, where she was standing in their house and how she felt.
So, did they have like a bucket of blood that they carried with them as well when they brought these girls back after they killed them, so they could, pour it around the tree and paint an F?
Said Libby was more of a best friend to her than a sister. She was 3 years older than her. Abby's family was also in the courthouse, including her mom. We'll hear from them in the coming days. Now, we'll be back in Carroll County tomorrow as the second day of trial kicks off. Now, just a reminder, Special Judge Frangel plans to run court 6 days a week for the remainder of the trial, which is set to last until November 15th. We'll have the latest here for you. I'm Kyla Russell, reporting here in Delphi for Wish TV. WishTV.com, or follow us on Facebook for updates.
Okay, guys. All right. Well, we're going to end there. Again, yeah, honestly, man, I wish they had camera. I know. I really do. Yeah, we're going to be covering this. Mods, I'll let you know. I'll probably do something similar. Maybe... I kind of started earlier today just because I knew, there was going to be like a break and there was going to be some big, news coming out. So I won't be doing probably 6-hour lives unless there's like something huge. So it'll be more like 4-hour lives or less. Just kind of depends. Maybe start like at the lunchtime, like the halfway mark, and then just go from there. We'll kind of see how it goes. No court tomorrow? Is there no court tomorrow? I thought there was court tomorrow. Isn't there court tomorrow? Or are they taking tomorrow off? D says no court tomorrow. Is that confirmed? Oops, I just knocked off my thing. Well, if there's no court tomorrow, then I'll just do kind of a recap video. I need to do a members live. I meant to do it Thursday, and I got tied up with some things. No court this Saturday. Okay. All right. So tomorrow, no court. So. Oh, interesting. I thought it was. All right. I'm glad that you guys told me, because I would have gone to bed early because they're 2 hours ahead of me. Daisy, thanks, Chris. Justice for Abby and Libby. I totally agree. Oh, let's end this poll. So 58% say confession's going to be stronger evidence than the unspent bullet. 42%. So it's kind of split. So that's interesting. Again, thank you, mods, so much. You guys are so amazing. Sensei, thank you so much for filling in. We'll see if we have other mods. But either way, thank you, Sensei. God bless you. Jennifer, D, you guys are amazing. So no court tomorrow, then I'll probably do a members live tomorrow or Sunday. We'll let you guys know. So I'm glad you guys told me that, because I was thinking there was court tomorrow. So all right, guys, I love you guys. Thank you so much. Let me make sure I didn't miss any donations. I think I got everybody. So yeah, thank you guys all for the donations, and we will be back officially Monday. Of course, and we'll do something similar, maybe not as long, maybe like a 4-hour session or something, a little bit more reasonable. So Yes, have a great weekend, you guys. Much love. And stay warm for those that like me. We had a 30-degree temperature change. It went from summer to winter. That's how it is here in Utah. So, all right, guys. Love you.